fit into the narrative of gaming that they want to promote. It's easier to focus on the glitz and glamour of AAA titles and the hypes around new releases, but outside of that, they don't really want to talk about the things that are really going on in the industry. What's crazy is, with as much coverage as we've seen from industry layoffs, how are overseas workers not a part of your narrative? It must be hard for them, hard to confront the reality of exploitation in the industry, especially when a major publisher like Ubisoft is involved. Here again, we are with this sort of complicity between big media outlets and major gaming publishers. The media benefits from positive coverage and early access reviews, and the publishers benefit from the media's largely uncritical support. If the media was really interested in protecting the interests of consumers and the employees, really defending these people, then they would be holding these companies accountable, but that's not what we're seeing. Instead, what we get to see is something that's becoming a much more common trend, which is them defending the industry and ignoring the parts that would actually make a difference. It's all performative empathy. That's all it's ever been. That's all it ever will be, because at the end of the day, their actions never line up with the words that they speak. They just want everybody to think that they're just so virtuous and righteous, but they're just a slug like the rest of us. You don't want everybody else to know that, but it's the truth. You know, Ubisoft, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a secret. Don't tell anybody, okay? This is why your games suck. It's because you're fake people saying fake things, taking fake actions, when at the end of the day, none of that stuff is actually real. Real people make real games. At least that's my perspective, or at least that's my experience in the past. Because the very generic nature of your being is then reflected onto the games that you're making, and that's why your games aren't very good. The gall of these people to go and do an interview and talk about how gamers complaining is an assault on their fundamental freedoms and how they need to fight back, these freedom fighters they are over at Ubisoft, while at the exact same time they are outsourcing to Southeast Asia, where some of the working conditions are the worst that I've seen in a really long time, working unreal hours to get some of their games done on the cheap. Gotta love it. This is such a mask-off moment for both games media and the games industry at the exact same time, because on the games industry part, you have you have writers and journalists that have been talking about, oh, the layoffs, oh, but apparently you guys don't care about workplace conditions as long as it's not in California. And then on the industry side, the issue that I have, there's a lot of different issues that I have with this, but one of the things is that we have so many publishers and studios that have normalized outsourcing work to the point where they're not even really vetting any of these companies that they're working with in the first place. And as a result, we are getting lower quality product because they are rushing and pushing and trying to get to release as quickly as they possibly can for as cheap as they possibly can. And we're the ones that are suffering as a result of that. And also the workers as well. And I actually think that this is something that is a leading cause as to why so many games have just felt bad. The process of game development is a massive, complex undertaking. At the heart of it lies the studio, where the talented team of designers, programmers, artists, and writers all come together to build a world. But as the scope of that project grows, so does the need for more hands on deck. Personally, I think this is one of the biggest issues that's plaguing AAA gaming right now, where studios just want to keep making games bigger and bigger because they think that's how they can add value to the game, where studios are over-scoping their projects, bloating their games out, and putting themselves up against a wall, needing more developers to help them finish the game. Whether it's creating detailed environments, producing hundreds of character models, designing quests, writing narratives, or ensuring that the game runs smoothly across all platforms, there is simply not enough hours in a day for an in-house team to handle everything. Outsourcing has become a staple of modern game development. Large studios in particular often face immense pressure when it comes to meeting deadlines or staying within budget, all to appease shareholder interests. And in this high-stakes environment, the easiest way to manage the pressure is to turn to external contractors who specialize in specific areas of game development. By outsourcing, companies can quickly scale without the need for overhead of hiring and training new employees. Commonly outsourced tasks include art design, QA, sound design, and full game modules like combat or multiplayer systems. Art and asset creation are frequently outsourced to agencies or freelancers like Brandonville Studios, which helps manage the large volumes of work at a lower cost. QA testing is another area that's often outsourced to meet tight deadlines, but this is a compromise of quality. Rush QA can lead to a lot of issues, as we saw with the launch of Cyberpunk 2077, where outsourced testing contributed to that game's critical issues. When Cyberpunk 2077 launched, it was a disaster. The game was filled with bugs, glitches, and performance issues. A lot of the blame ended up falling on CD Projekt Red's decision to outsource their QA to Quantic Lab, a Romanian company. Reports ended up saying that Quantic Lab's employees were underpaid and overworked, with little time to even properly test the game in the first place. These rushed tests and major missed issues ended up contributing to one of the worst game launches in video game history. In hindsight, outsourcing such a crucial task was a huge mistake, one that damaged the studio's reputation and took years to cover from. Even now, they still haven't fully regained players' trust. Cyberpunk 2077 isn't the only example of this. Sweet Baby Incorporated, an agency that's known for their narrative design, has faced heavy criticism. Now, while they've been at the center of a culture war debate, their work on narrative-heavy games has been called out for failing to deliver on the high-quality stories expected from AAA titles. Their contributions have been blamed for incoherent, shallow, and often offensive narratives that fail to resonate with players. Since the story is the central part of many games, outsourcing it to a different agency really doesn't make a lot of sense, and you can see what kind of disastrous results it can lead to. Anthem is another really good example of a game that suffered from outsourcing issues. The game heavily relied on external studios for components like art and even its gameplay, aiming to speed up development and cut costs. However, this ended up leading to an inconsistency in their design choices and a lack of cohesion. For example, the art direction varied greatly, with some areas being completely stunning and others underwhelming, due to different teams that were working on separate assets. The combat system is just the same. This is something that's crucial for any multiplayer game, but it ended up feeling disconnected from the overall game and its open world design. Outsourcing contributed to these inconsistencies, playing a major role in that game's critical failure and eventual abandonment. There are a ton of other examples that I could go through, and to be honest with you guys, if we actually sit down and look at some of the games that have failed over the last couple of years, we'd likely find more games that were suffering from some of these outsourcing issues. But while outsourcing can be incredibly effective, there are a ton of successful companies that either offer those kind of services or use them. It requires strong leadership and a vision to make sure that these studios are using the right people for the right job and making it copacetic with the overall philosophy and quality that that game is supposed to deliver. But that's not happening, and we've seen that across the entire games industry. Strong, competent leadership is lacking, and ultimately it's leading to games that fail. As the gaming industry continues to chase these bigger and more ambitious projects, the scope of their high-profile titles has ballooned. Developers strive to deliver more content, more features, and a world that feels even more massive, hoping that it's going to convince players that they're getting more value out of their money. But in the pursuit of all of that scale, many of these companies have lost sight of the fundamentals. Instead of focusing on the heart of the experience, the quality of the game, working on their own game, they've turned to outsourcing, shifting the burden to low-wage workers in other countries. These workers often face horrific conditions, from exploitative management and practices that we would never even see in the West, working insane hours all the time. And how do we think that that's going to be conducive to making a great game or making a great product at the end of the day? We have publishers and studios that are purposefully and knowingly delivering a low-effort product, all while cutting costs off the back of workers who receive little to no recognition for their contribution. Look at the mistreatment of the Brandeville employees. Am I to believe that those employees, under those conditions, can provide anything of high enough quality for a AAA game at $70? The product that we receive at the end of the day has been cheapened, and the industry's obsession with cost-cutting has led to a decline in quality, hurting both the workers and the players. As consumers, we deserve better, and as humans, these developers deserve better. When I worked in construction, one of the things that was really popular, I saw this across the board, it wasn't just a company that I worked for, a lot of other companies do this, but they would outsource a lot of material from third-party contractors or overseas contractors to be able to get it done on the cheap. The idea was, the piping company that I was with for a while, they wanted to order the pipe already made, put together, welded, everything like that, because they just wanted to snap it together on site, bolt it up, because it's way cheaper. You don't got to pay the welders. Welders get paid a lot of money. They're the most expensive thing on a job site more times than not. They're also divas, too. Don't pretend like you're not if you're one that's out there. But one job I was on, 8 miles of pipe had to be recut and re-welded because all the welds were busted, the lengths were off, nothing actually lined up the way that it was supposed to. And why would it? Because the people that made it weren't there. They're not involved in the project. They're just taking on whatever information that you're giving them, and in a lot of cases, that's not going to be enough. You need to have people that are physically involved with these projects, and I think that's likely what's going on with game design as well. I think that in a lot of cases, we have games that are coming out that are using some of these outsourced companies that don't share the creative vision. Or in the case of Brandeville, you have people that are working under duress. Some of the worst working conditions that I've seen within this industry, working insane hours, people that are damn near beating their employees. What do you expect? What kind of high quality work do you think that you're going to get out of a studio like that? Especially one that's not there. They're not on the front lines. They don't see the creative vision or how the game's even supposed to fit together. Yeah. You know, I've been sitting around thinking to myself, why have games gotten so expensive? $300, $400, $500 billion, $1 billion budget on a video game. How do you spend that much money? And then I come to realize it's likely because they're outsourcing things, trying to get it done fast and cheap, then getting it back, and it doesn't work. And then they got to do it themselves, or they got to hire more people, or they got to extend their development period, or whatever it might be. And it's costing them a ton of money to do so, rather than if they would have just done it themselves. You know, look at CD Projekt Red. They outsourced their QA, and they took 2 years to fix those issues and balance the game. That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money. You know, I sit back and I also think about the way that these game journalists have been talking about, you know, industry layoffs and things like that, and condemning players for pushing back against Sweet Baby Incorporated and stuff like that. Why wouldn't you join us on that if you care about these developers' jobs? Because from my perspective, that work should have gone to those employees rather than sending it off to somebody else that doesn't have anything to do with that project whatsoever. That's the way that I see it. You know, and I'm not going to listen to any of these studios or publishers feign ignorance over, you know, what's going on with like companies like Brandeville and stuff like that. Oh my, that's abhorrent. How could they do something like that? We condemn them for doing so. We would never do that to our employees. No shit. You paid somebody else to do it. You want me to believe that you guys are so incompetent that you didn't vet a company that was going to make assets for one of the most important, now the most important game release of your company's history? I mean, you could definitely persuade me to believe that they're that stupid, because I've seen them do some pretty stupid stuff, but that's pretty dumb. That's pretty dumb. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. I think this is something well worth discussing. I think
me too. I agree.
Interesting topic, but it's also something that needs to be.
This
shared.
kid's good. I like this guy. He's good. He's very smart.
You guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, share it to your friends. Like the video.
Yeah, it was great. I liked it. I subbed it to your channel. It's good.
Check me out on Twitter. There's a link probably in the description.
This is from 5 hours ago. Here. That's a nice shirt. I like that shirt. Oh, this is him streaming, though. I thought it was a video. Never mind.
I'm going to be honest. I think this is the darkest thing that I've ever discussed on
He's
this
very
channel.
cogent about what he's talking about. He actually is there, and he's thinking about these things. Warframe 1999, chat snooze and reacts.
Path of Exile is a wake-up call. You know, I think in a lot of cases, a lot of players would look at live service games pretty much across the board and never think that a ethical live service game could ever exist. And we've had some in the past. But when you look at a studio like Grinding Gear Games, you can see pretty much across the board that players hold them in the exact same regard as Larian Studios, Digital Extremes with Warframe, or FromSoft. Studios that they know that any changes they make or any games they come out with always will have the player in mind. They trust that those companies will have the player in mind. Trust. Now, that's something that we rarely see anymore, especially within this industry. I know that I very rarely trust any of these companies, and the vast majority of us feel like we can't anymore, especially when it comes to live service games. That's something that we don't normally see there, because, well, these are the titles that have come to symbolize everything that's wrong with the games industry today. They exploit our time and our money. They're looking to manipulate our wallets. Heck, they're trying to manipulate our minds. They're spending millions on gambling and casino research, trying to figure out how to keep players in games longer and spending more money, rather than trying to deliver us meaningful content. That part always seems to be lost in the wind somewhere. ethical, well-supported live service games seem like a myth. There's only a few of them that are out there, but that's because the vast majority of these companies do not have the respect that's necessary for the audience or the passion for creativity. I don't think, maybe it's just me, but for some odd reason, things just feel different. It just hasn't been the same for a long time. It doesn't feel like developers and publishers are making games because, well, it's for the love of the game. They're not making games that they actually want to play. It's all for investors and the money and for political or social political reasons or whatever it might be. But in the case of many of the games that I've seen be successful over the last couple of years, it ends up being those games that have that old soul, that have that old heart. When I look at a game like Path of Exile or Baldur's Gate 3 or something like that, these are the games that are succeeding right now. And Grinding Gear Games has done an incredible job at maintaining and cultivating an audience that trusts them, truly trusts them.
I'm done with isometric.
Really
I'm done with Grinding Gear
so today,
games
what
if
I
that's
wanna
all
do
they'll
is I want
do.
to talk about the history of Path of Exile. I want to talk about Path of Exile 2, and I want to talk about where all this is heading and how Grinding Gear Games has brought back something that this industry has lost: trust. Grinding Gear Games was founded in 2006 by 3 developers from New Zealand: Chris Wilson, Jonathan Rogers, and Eric Olofsson. Each of them brought a unique skill set to the table, with Wilson specializing in software development and Rogers and Olofsson focusing in game design and programming. Their journey began with a shared passion for action role-playing games, especially Diablo 2. Wilson, frustrated with the industry's shift towards more casual play, envisioned something of a return to the game's roots, focusing on deep gameplay, meaningful character progression, and a dark, immersive world. This vision would eventually take shape as Path of Exile. At the time, Diablo 2 was the pinnacle of ARPGs, and Wilson and his friends spent thousands of hours in its world. But after exhausting it, they had turned to other games like Torchlight, Dungeon Siege, and Titan Quest, only to find that those games didn't have that same staying power as Diablo 2. They wanted a new game to play. They recognized that there was a gap within the market. No game had captured that same depth and replayability as Diablo 2, so they decided to build something that could fill that void. A Diablo 2 successor that you could play forever. From the beginning, Grinding Gear Games adopted a simple but effective philosophy, one grounded in common sense principles. I know that's something that's relatively foreign nowadays, but I mean, if you think about it, the idea of making a Diablo 2 successor alone is already a common sense kind of thing, because, well, there was a game that was out there that there was no competition for. A decade gap between releases. One of the most popular games, one of the most profitable games of all time. Why wouldn't you want to make a game that could compete with that? It's a slam dunk. The foundation of that game would be built around 5 core pillars. The first of the pillars was visceral action combat. In 2006, when they started development on the game, many ARPGs at the time had very simple combat, but they felt that a real successful ARPG needed to look and feel like real action. Many RPGs and action RPGs at the time were emulating World of Warcraft because that was the most popular game that was out. However, they wanted something more dynamic, and that's what they went after. The second pillar of theirs was randomly generated levels. ARPGs are a grind. Hundreds of hours are going to be played on a single character, and every single run needs to feel fresh and unpredictable, otherwise players are going to get bored. Number 3 was randomly generated items. This is the heart of any loot or systems-driven ARPG. The thrill of chance and the chase for better loot is what keeps us hooked. That's why we keep playing these games. Everyone wants to find that god roll item or perfect combination of gear that none of their friends have.
Not me. I don't care a flying fuck about that.
To me, and it's a secure online economy. Now, this is something that I think a lot of games overlook.
I'm so not like you guys. I'm not like you.
It's one of the things that really sets their game apart from everyone else. They understood the importance of a stable, fair economy because it gives players and the items that they find more value. Because, well, now other players have a value that's associated to that item and they can trade with other players. Not only is this making your runs more valuable because you're finding things of value, but also it's giving a lot of flexibility that's needed in a game that has so much build diversity. Number 5 is deep character customization, which pretty much ties in with everything else that's here. It's the one thing that scares players away from Path of Exile, myself included for many years, by the way. And it's the design pillar that they've sunk probably the most effort into. Players need the freedom to be able to shape their characters in unique ways. You want to have your own personal expression in the game. However, Path of Exile throws convention out the window and says that any class can be anything. A witch can use a bow and arrow, a ranger can summon armies of the dead, just do whatever you want. And that freedom is what brought so many players into this game. These pillars would come to reflect a studio that wasn't aiming for immediate, overwhelming financial success, but a studio that just wanted to create a game that would deeply resonate with players that were a fan of that genre. They wanted to take the foundation that was set by Diablo 2 and other ARPGs and stretch it as far as it could go. Essentially, they wanted to make their dream game, and that's exactly what they did. Initially, Grinding Gear's modest goal was to attract 10,000 players. They felt that's what they needed to be able to stay sustainable at the very least, while they were working with a very small skeleton crew at the time. But Path of Exile ended up debuting in 2013 to far more than they expected, a surge of up over 70,000 concurrent players on launch. However, that success didn't last. As player numbers began to drop, Grinding Gear Games found themselves in a position in which maintaining that momentum was going to require a lot more than the incremental content updates that they were doing. The studio's early strategy was frequent updates. Basically, every single week they wanted to add in new armor, weapons, and skills, but that wasn't generating the kind of sustained excitement that they wanted. Basically, ever since they tasted the success of 70,000 concurrent players, they wanted to get back up there. Basically, Path of Exile needed something more to be able to keep the community engaged, so the team ended up experimenting with different challenge leagues and economy resets. They discovered that resetting the economy gave both new and veteran players a level playing field, basically creating a sense of anticipation and renewal, where everybody can start off at the same point. The challenge leagues would introduce new content and different mechanics into the game, which would then give players something new and fresh to be able to tackle. Now, despite their best efforts, the first few attempts at introducing these features, such as Anarchy and Onslaught leagues, didn't really produce the same kind of sustained player retention that they were looking for, but they didn't give up. For the 1.0 launch of Path of Exile, they included an economy reset, a challenge league, Act 3 of their campaign, and a new character in the Scion. This time, player numbers skyrocketed again, surpassing 70,000 players once more. It became clear that new content wasn't enough. They needed something significant enough to be able to capture the attention of the journalists and the players to spark excitement across the community. Now, as it is with live service games, after the 1.0 launch, the developers yet again found themselves under pressure as player numbers began to decline. They ended up releasing Sacrifice of Fall expansion, which introduced new bosses and skill gems. That brought another temporary spike in activity, but it wasn't the lasting success that they desired. They also launched Forsaken Masters, which included customizable player housing and crafting systems, but once again, a short spike was short-lived. As more leagues like Torment and Bloodlines were released, the team found that small content patches just weren't enough to be able to keep players engaged in the long term. They questioned whether it was time for them to move on and just make another game. However, there was something really incredible happening in the background, because through all of this trial and error, Grinding Gear Games was learning some really crucial lessons that would end up setting the stage for their future success. I mean, keep in mind, every single update they made was added content to the game, making it bigger and bigger and bigger, giving more content for more players to sink their teeth into when they would eventually try the game for the first time or return to it after a while away. They realized that the economy resets were definitely necessary. They needed to keep those in there because it kept the game fresh. They had also learned that the small content patches were not creating enough buzz or excitement to retain players or even try to reach new players, and they also learned that mid-league balancing was often upsetting their player base, especially when a lot of their hard-earned builds and gear were essentially bricked. However, there was still one thing that was plaguing the game, and they couldn't figure out what it was. In comes Creparian, a Twitch streamer and YouTuber known for being the first person and the only person to beat Inferno difficulty in Diablo 3 on hardcore, as that difficulty was later than toned down in future patches. Honestly, this is still one of the most incredible feats in ARPGs, absolute legend, by the way. However, Creparian's input on Path of Exile was pivotal. He had spoke to Chris Wilson and emphasized the importance about predictable content releases, explaining that players need to know when new content is coming and when to expect regular updates. Using an example, he said that he streamed every day and posted content every day at the exact same time because people come to expect it. And the minute that you're not there, well, they go to look for someone else to entertain them. The developers ended up taking this advice to heart, and they transformed the way that the game was supported. 13-week cycles, with 2 major content patches each year and 2 smaller patches in between. Players could then rely on a consistent rhythm of new content and a full economy reset to keep things fresh. And this is where the game really picked up steam, because that schedule started with Talisman League in 2015, followed by Essence, Breach, Legacy, and others. The introduction of Atlas of Worlds with Path of Exile 3.0 marked a significant turning point as it added mapping and a more defined endgame to the game. As they continued refining their approach, they were able to introduce new mechanics like Bestiary, Incursion, Delve, Betrayal, all while keeping what players enjoyed and removing what players didn't. This is what helped to maintain the game's success and popularity over the years, and from my perspective, this is one of the most special components of the game. And it's the fact that the players ultimately influence what this game looks like over time as they vote in and out different seasonal elements. So not only does the game have an incredibly deep build variety with skill gems and an expansive skill tree and flexible classes, but year over year, the game's world is permanently transformed by the will of its players. There is always more to do after each league, and new and returning players are going to have just that much more content to experience. What I find truly fascinating about the development and success of Path of Exile is how the player experience is consistently prioritized in every aspect of the game, whether it's balancing the game and ensuring fairness by avoiding any changes mid-league, keeping or removing content based on player feedback, how they communicate directly with their audience. Hell, the whole reason that they went free to play is because they didn't think that anyone would buy it, and this is the only way that they could make the game available to the most people. Everything was driven by a desire for a player-first experience. This mentality even extends to the game's monetization strategy, and from my perspective, this is why the game has remained so successful. Path of Exile monetizes through two main channels, stash tabs and cosmetics. Neither of these are essential to enjoying the game unless you like hoarding items or you want to engage with the game's online trade economy. Most casual players are likely going to play this game solo or with friends, playing the game solo self-found without ever even needing to have a premium stash tab in the first place. I spent money the first time I was playing the game. I assumed that I would have to spend money like any other free-to-play game, only to find myself never even using any of that extra space because I played it like I would any other ARPG. I picked up what I needed, and I threw away what I didn't. Now, what I absolutely love is that Grinding Gear Games has publicly stated that their monetization approach is shaped by the game itself, not the other way around. As an example, new cosmetics release when a league starts, but as that league starts to wind down and a new league is set to launch, wide sweeping discounts come across the entire store for returning players to be able to pick up things on the cheap. Also, can I just say how refreshing it is to see that this is one of the very few games that are out there, might be one of the only games that's out there, that doesn't obfuscate their currency and try to confuse players on how much items are worth or how much money they're spending. For instance, $30 is 300 coins. $50 is 500 coins. I am so sick and tired of seeing companies with 13 different premium currencies, all of them with different exchange rates, and making it near impossible to see how far your money goes. In a sea of greed and psychological manipulation, Path of Exile is taking the high road. I think what makes Path of Exile so compelling isn't just its depth or its innovative gameplay, it's the studio's unwavering commitment to putting the player first. Grinding Gear Games has consistently, time and time again, demonstrated a rare ability to adapt, learn from their mistakes, and evolve, all while staying true to what their vision for the game is. The game's success is a direct result of their focus on a balanced, player-driven ecosystem where content and the monetization are carefully considered, ensuring that the player experience comes before anything else. From the beginning, their goal was not just to build a game, but to build a game that players would not want to stop playing. Not because they felt like they had to keep playing the game, but because they wanted to keep playing the game and support it. When I look at the origins and the original success of Path of Exile, it all just feels so common sense. I mean, just the idea of them making a Diablo 2 successor when there was like a 10-year gap, where there was just nobody that was making a game that even stepped up to the doorstep of what that game delivered, it just makes so much sense. They just took all of the core pillars that made that game successful and expanded on them infinitely for the most part, and that's exactly what players want. And it feels common sense because that's what a lot of players, fans of those games, would want. That's exactly what we were thinking of. And the funny thing is, well, they're fans. That's the game that they wanted to make. That's how they came up with the idea to make the game in the first place, because they put in the time. They already had thousands of hours into Diablo 2. It makes a lot of sense that that's the game that they would make. You know, I've covered a lot of Ubisoft and their downfall, a lot of the issues that that company's had, and I think a lot of people either don't know or don't realize that they didn't get into this industry because they wanted to make games. They got into it because they wanted to distribute games. And I think that some of the most successful games, some of the studios that we've grown to love, got into this industry because there was a game that they wanted to make. Path of Exile 2, that's the game that they wanted to make. Gamers making games for gamers. Bungie and the original Halo, Larian Studios, and Divinity. I look at Game Science and Black Myth Wukong. You have to have a fundamental love for the thing that you want to make to really understand it the right way. You have to understand the audience.
You have to really like
you
what you're making.
Audience.
Yeah.
That's how it works. You're making the game that you want to make, and that is so important in this industry. And I think it's something that a lot of these companies are getting away from, and that's probably one of the reasons why a lot of their games are struggling. I mean, even just the idea of having a trade league, an active online economy for your game. You have to really understand what the phrase all players means. Because that's how you make a game that reaches all players. Because you end up creating new types of players inside these games. I didn't realize this until I put over 200 hours into Path of Exile 2, but I'm a merchant. I like sitting in my base and selling gear. I like picking up gear and rolling it and crafting on it and seeing if I can find something, even if it's not for my class, just so I can throw it up and make some money. I like sitting back and watching YouTube videos and stuff like that and selling the gear that I've collected over my playthrough, and I find a lot of enjoyment in that.
Me too.
To be able to make that kind of experience, you have to be a fan of those kind of games. You have to really understand the players in a way that very few do. You know, I actually interviewed Jonathan Rogers, the director, one of the directors of Path of Exile, and he had this banger line that I need to share with you guys.
Well, at the end of the day, what we're doing is making a game that we enjoy, right? Like, we're making a game that we think is cool. And I think the danger really comes when you try to make a game for an audience that you're not part of. Like, I think that's where you start to make things that appeal to nobody. You know, because you probably the people you're trying to make a game for that aren't you feel patronized by whatever it is you're doing.
There's a lot of examples of that.
Yeah, and you don't, and also you don't, you know, once again, you just don't know what it is they want. Like, the only person that I know, like the person I know the most what they want is myself, right?
Yeah.
Like, I know exactly what I'm looking for in a game. And so, and also, like, a lot of, you know, the people on the team as well, like, you know, like, the people on the development team really need to like what it is they're making. So, as I said, we're making a game for ourselves primarily, and I think if we do that, then we will find an audience of people who are like us, who enjoy this kind of thing.
The danger comes when you're making a game for an audience that you're not a part of. Doesn't that just sum up things just so succinctly? You know, I look at a lot of the games that have failed over the last couple of years, especially with the live service games, and in every single case, I see a game that was made for what they thought people wanted, not for what people actually wanted. Because they don't understand those things, because they're not making those games for themselves. You know, I look across the entire industry, and whether it's monetization or how these games are being developed or marketed, it feels like an alien in a skin suit. I've been trying to find a word that sums up a lot of the issues that I see in the games industry. It's forced. That's the word.
Forced.
It's forced. The monetization
Forced,
is forced.
all of it.
Narratives are forced. The social
You have to make
agendas
us
are
come
forced.
to the bucket
Characters,
willingly.
The themes, the genres, everything is
To the
just
table.
so forced. And players are rejecting it. They're not clicking with it.
I like
because
this
it's not
guy. He's
made
really
for them.
good.
It's not made by people that are making the games for themselves. And that's how things should be. And that's why Path of Exile 1 succeeded. And from my perspective, that's why Path of Exile 2 is going to go even further. Launching into early access, Path of Exile 2 quickly soared up to over 578,000 players, more than double the peak concurrent player count of the original Path of Exile, while pulling similar numbers across PlayStation and Xbox. Now, well over a month since its launch, it's still maintaining around 300,000 players on Steam, ranking in the top 10 most played games on the platform. Now, keep in mind that this breakout success happened at the exact same time that Marvel Rivals was released to massive player numbers. While neither of these games share really anything similar outside of being a live service game, we typically see popular games being affected in some way. However, neither of these games were bothered by either release. I think it's incredibly important to take note of the fact that not only was there another popular release around the time of this game's launch, but it also happens to be a free-to-play game that's unfinished, and they were selling access to the game for a minimum of a $30 supporter pack. There are a lot of factors here to be able to turn players away, but players ignored them, and for good reason. I now have well over 200 hours played into Path of Exile, and even as a content creator, that isn't normal for me. I tend to bounce around to different games while I work on different things or research different things. However, Path of Exile 2 has genuinely become a problem for me. I'm just going to say that. It has completely ruined my entire workflow. Every single day that I sit down, I need to start writing or recording something. I tell myself, you know, I'm just going to do a quick map or two, and then poof, my entire day is gone in an instant. Path of Exile 1 didn't click for me. I tried. I really tried. I love ARPGs. However, years of added content, systems, and depth made the original game just too big to consume. I didn't want to watch 2-hour videos to understand build crafting. There were so many mechanics and things like that to learn that I didn't even know what I should be doing and what I shouldn't be doing. And there was just so much game to play, too much game to play. For me, I would imagine it's probably the same for a lot of other players. Path of Exile 2 marked a second opportunity to get in on this game on the ground floor before this ship sets sail. A chance to understand the game on a fundamental level before the game evolves into a behemoth. And I am so glad that I did. This game is just so damn engaging, whether it's the combat, the spells, the abilities.
Oh my god, I won the fucking skill injector! Yes!
Everything deeper and deeper into this game, and it doesn't let you go. I could make an entire video just talking about the boss fights in this game, the depth of their mechanics.
Okay, I'm starting to see a really good hustle. If I can get 8 sales... If I can get 8 sales... I can't believe I won this. I fucked these guys. I fucked them out of $1 billion. Look at this. I made so much money off of that. Look, I'm at 2.3 billion. I just busted out all of my fucking sales and I'm still up. I'm still up. And I get to flip the large skill injector. Again. What did I charge for these? It was $1 billion, I think. Oh, look at our red package sold too. Those sell pretty good. Yeah, grats. Yeah, you won a red package. Grats. I can't believe you wanted to pay $70 million for it. You're an idiot. Anyways, yeah, we're making another large skill injector dealy. You say 1 bill, right? I think that's a good deal too. Yeah, I think that's a really good deal. 1.1 bill. Yeah, you know, let's see if we can get it. I don't know. No, that's greedy even for... No, it's 1 bill, huh? Just 1 bill. That's fine. We're going to bet on it. Oh, I have another one here, but it didn't sell. These smalls didn't sell. A lot of these didn't sell, but that's okay. They're just going to keep up in the air for a long time and just fill my pocket. I'm already doing really good. I'm up. I'm really up. I'm seeing the money. But I don't see this large skill injector that I just posted. Which is weird. Oh no. Ah! No. No, this is the one I posted before. Where's the other one that I just posted? God damn it, man. You constantly keep aggroing me while I stand here. Why? I just got 2 mobs out of the way. Why right here? Why this many mobs? Right here. It's so fucking stupid. Get out of my fucking face. So annoying. I best leave. I've been out for so long. I could stand to really lose here. Where is the large skill extractor I just posted? I know that he's going to aggro me again if I don't move to a safe spot. God damn it. What do you mean? I just posted this. What do you mean? There. There. Thank you. Oh, they do it alphabetically? Oh, okay, I didn't know it was like that. Okay. So, yep. Okay, wish me luck. I hope I win these large skill injectors. I can't believe I jacked those people if they're billion-esque. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I can't believe how bad I fucked that guy. I can't believe it. I've only posted 3 of them and I've won 2. I don't know. Man, I'm on fire though. That's insane. That doubled my money. Like, literally doubled my money. Like, what the fuck? I'm just sitting here in Jita making so much more money than I ever did playing the fucking game. It's so weird, the paths that I find through these games. God damn it, this took so long.
Their animations, the clear telegraphs in their music. My gods, the music in this game. Start to finish, Path of Exile 2 feels like a more complete experience than 90% of the fully priced $70 AAA titles that I've played in the last few years. Every single time I sit down to play this game, I find something else that makes me sit back and say, damn, why is this so good?
It's not though. It's just the same old crappy ARPG. It's just doesn't suck is all. That's all. You've seen so much suck for so long. I keep seeing this same ship come and leave. It's really weird. This is so cool. I'm just slowly flying through. He's not even using like very much because he's trying to conserve fuel, I think. That's fucking awesome. It's weird because I can't see my cursor.
From my perspective, Path of Exile 2 feels like the first real evolution within this genre, the same way that Baldur's Gate 3 feels like the real evolution within turn-based or CRPGs. That generational leap that is damn near indescribable. I brought this up in a
It looks exactly like Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. What the fuck are you talking about? There's nothing different. Not a single fucking thing. Not camera, not map, not mana bars, not abilities. The only thing different in this game is the chart. That's
video,
it.
but I'm going to reiterate on this because
I'll talk about you like Donald Trump, and I'll be like, nah, the only thing about this game is the chart.
is exactly what I
Because it is. The chart's the only fucking difference. It's the only thing. That chart is great. It's like one of the greatest things in gaming. Don't get me wrong. I really have a high opinion of that chart. But the rest of the game is Diablo 2, Diablo 3, and Diablo 4 combined. It's not new. Nothing new. Nothing new at all.
Trouncing around.
Nothing new whatsoever. Look at all those dumb buffs. Dear God, why? What does it matter?
Champions of Norath wielding swords imbued with fire and ice, jamming to saturate by breaking Benjamin, daydreaming of what
Dear God, you sound horrible.
games I would play as an adult. This is exactly that game. It captures the essence of a true
breaking fucking Benjamin
journey, that quest for power that many of us have been seeking from the moment that you begin, either if it's your first character or if you're playing the game solo.
Try Metallica, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Self-bound. The game hits hard.
Or like, I don't know, Rush? Or, I don't know, there's so many other bands I'm gonna play. Fuck, how about, like, fucking Bowie? I'd still rather even hear Bowie than fucking Breaking Benjamin. How about not even, like, really metal? How about, I don't know, TLC or Ace of Base or something. Anything but Breaking fucking Benjamin.
At times, it's gruelingly difficult, dodging projectiles, taking on massive bosses that make you feel just so insignificant, listening to the callouts to be able to avoid massive attacks, managing your health and mana, making sure
it's Diablo 4. It's Diablo 2. It's Diablo 3. I played enough Diablo 3 to know you can't fool me, nerd. You can't lie to me, nerd. It's Diablo 3. It's exactly no more, no less than Diablo 3. No difference, nothing. No, sure, yeah, probably way better frames, and well, I mean, they're probably the same frames, but I mean, like, but yeah, better game, yeah. But I mean, I don't see the difference. You keep trying to tell me that Diablo 3 is good. Do you remember what the fucking reception to Diablo 3 actually was? Do you remember? People liked it, but it wasn't well thought of, not for a long time. And then they closed down the RMH, and then they were kind of like, Reaper Souls is pretty good or whatever, like they kind of kept going. But and some of us really did love that game, yeah. Some of us were like, never doing Diablo again. Never doing Diablo again after this, no. And I'm sorry that it's like that, but like, I'm sorry, I look at this and I'm like, nope, Diablo 3. Would you like to see a comparison? Would you like to see a comparison between these two games? I'm sorry, but you guys, you're just full of shit. You're kind of high on your own fucking paint bubble fumes or whatever. You're inside this bubble where you've convinced yourself that the same old game from 1992 is still really fucking good. And sure, I guess it is, because it is selling, to your, thing. But I want some evolution. I really do. Now let's look at Diablo 3, Reaper of Souls, combat. Reaper of Souls combat, right? Sure, whatever. The full mouth ale fight. No, comparing 1, 2, 3, and 4. No, I want to see. Here you go. Or whatever. Shut up, you. This looks better to me, honestly. Diablo 3 looks better to me, not only graphically, but also abilities, too. I'm terribly sorry, but Diablo 3 does look more fun to me. Diablo 3 looks more fun to me than Path of Exile, and I'm very sorry, but now that you see it, so this is a bad example because there's just one boss, but let's look at a room full of dudes or whatever. Oh, sorry. Sorry, every time I try to go AFK, they just spawn a goddamn mob right the fuck on top of me. I can't stand them. I hope they can't sleep at night because they fucking spawn mobs at me. I hope they're plagued by some demon from the underworld. I don't mean this, I'm not gonna say this. Who hassles them as much as they hassle me with AFK mobs. I'm like AFK. I'm AFK. Why do you have this mob up my ass? Come on now. I'm just gonna exit now and cash out. So yeah, it looks a bit better. Path of Exile has better frames, yeah. It's got better frames than Diablo 3, definitely. Diablo 3 is an older game, as you can see. It looks like a piece of crap and a little bit older now. We'll just look at Diablo 3 combat, right? Combat or whatever, right? Diablo 2 Resurrected versus Diablo 3. So look, they're all the same game, really. There's Diablo 2. Ugh. Diablo 2 Resurrected. Yeah. It's all the same game. It's impossible to ignore it. Here's Diablo 3. Here's a good example of Diablo 3 that I was looking for. This is Diablo 3, right? Yeah, that's Diablo 3. So this is what Diablo 3 looks like. Now watch this scene here. Yep, see this scene here. Look at this scene here. Tell me it's any fucking different. Any different whatsoever. And I'm sorry, but you lie all the fucking time with your hyperbole and your fucking bullshit and your weird slippery slope things where you're like, well, I like it, so it must be good. No, it's the same game. It's the exact same game. Yeah, little from column A.
Your build to take on new challenges. As you continue, you earn the power to gradually trivialize the game.
Little from column B. Same game. This is Resurrected, so it's, yeah, it's right about the same era, yeah. I mean, they're basically the same game. I'd rather play Diablo 2. Oh, Diablo 2. But anyway, so we're gonna, yeah, like loot systems and rules and stuff. Yeah, Diablo 2, but I want to see Diablo 3. There we go. There's Diablo 2 Resurrected, but that looks fun. I might actually, no, I'm not doing ARPGs ever again. I did so many years of ARPGs, and I was, at the end of it, I was like, no, I'm done with this gameplay loop. I'm not doing this simple crap anymore. It's simple shit for simple players. It really is. It's good combat, and it feels really impactful and stuff. But, yep, so there's a little bit from column B, a little bit from column A. Sure, the graphics are a little bit different, and the stuff going on is a little bit more fluid in this more modern game. Yeah, it is a more modern game.
And it slowly transforms.
What's the fucking difference?
Something that feels much more similar.
Nope, it's Diablo 3. You're trying to sell me, even though it's a free game, you seem to be trying to, nerd. You seem to be trying to sell me Diablo 3 again, nerd. There's nothing you can say that's going to change my fucking opinion about this, nerd. Like, there's nothing, nope, there's nothing you can say, nerd. This is Diablo 3. You keep trying to tell me Diablo 3 is good. Diablo 3 is not good.
To Path of Exile 1.
Nope. There's a little bit from column A. A little bit from column B. Sure, this is a little bit older. Frames aren't so good. Same game. Same bullshit. A little bit more color. A little bit more, lit up and stuff. Same exact bullshit. Same bullshit. Same stuff. You are trying to tell me that Diablo 3 is good. I'm sorry. It is just not. It needed to be evolved. It wasn't. It was. I'm sorry. Diablo 3 was evolved. Path of Exile 2 is not evolved. It's the same old Path of Exile. I don't really see a difference.
Screens of enemies.
Graphics and higher frame rate.
With ease zipping through maps and picking up loot.
It does look cool, and the maps look cool.
To build your first character, knowing that every step, every triumph, and everything you've done was earned through your own effort. That's how I've always wanted these games to feel. And Path of Exile 2 captures that feeling perfectly.
Look at all that worthless loot that he just leaves lying there. This is not a good RPG premise anymore. It did.
Is that it made itself so much more.
It did. When I was like, I don't know, 14 years old or something, this shit was cool. When I was like 18, it's not cool anymore.
Approachable to a wider audience.
It's an accessible game that'll play on any potato, and it's a great game. The game itself is great. Trying to say that it's this end-all be-all new RPG, and it's like, no, nerd. I've looked at this before. I'm going to argue with you, nerd. No, I've seen Diablo 3 before.
removing any of the complexity.
No,
or
it's the
depth.
same old. Nope. Sure, graphics are a little bit different, a little maybe different developers and stuff. Same exact goddamn game. No difference. Nothing. Nope. Same game. Sure, it's Diablo 3 with a chart. You want to know what Path of Exile is? Yeah, he mentioned it. He was like, "What if you want to play forever and you really are like that, and you want to just keep building the same character or whatever you can?" And he's like, and he got that, and he was like, "So here's a chart, so you can do this forever like a lifestyle." But that's the only difference. It's still goddamn Diablo 3. I don't care what you say. I don't care what the graphics. I don't care what you say about graphics or any of this. Like, like it doesn't matter. It's the same exact game. It's Diablo 3. There's nothing you could ever say that will change my mind about that. Fucking Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 are full-blown Diablo 3. They're Diablo 3. Path of Exile 1 was the answer to Diablo 3. Path of Exile 2 is the answer to Diablo 4. They're the exact same goddamn game. Same premise. There's no difference. Now, Path of Exile could have evolved and busted out that camera like Sacred 2. We've seen games like it before. Sacred 2, Baldur's Gate 3, a little bit better than isometric, not really too much better, and the camera still sucks, but it's still evolved because you can see a whole 3D battlefield like in a full spin. It's evolved. That's what Path of Exile needed to do in Path of Exile 2. I look at that fucking debacle, and I'm like, nope. I'm sorry. I know it's not popular. I know what I'm saying. It's just going to make most of these RPG nerds be like, you're a hater. But no, this is my goddamn, this is really where I fall on this. I look at Path of Exile 2, and I am embarrassed by its fucking base bullshit. I'm embarrassed by it. It is exactly Path of Exile 1, nothing, no more. It's just better graphics, better frame rate. No improvements, nothing. No evolution, no camera, nothing. Even V Rising has a better camera than this game. Do you guys remember V Rising? I'd rather play V Rising than Path of Exile 2. As sad as that fucking is. You couldn't pay me to play these crappy MOBA fucking, ARPGs in 2025 anyways. But I mean, if you did, I probably would definitely play V Rising over Diablo fucking 4 or Path of Exile 2. And then Elon shows up lying about Diablo 4 and stuff like this. It doesn't surprise me. No. I'm just thankful that I'm not in that community and not angry. that he boosts all the time. Yeah, we know they boost all the time. We know the rich people boost all the time. It doesn't affect your gameplay. What the fuck do you care? Yeah, it's a race and you lost it because you're not rich. If you were rich like him, you would dump the same money. Money is the end all. Money is the gasoline by which all races are won, or whatever you want to call it. Money is by which the fucking race car is of all races are run, or some such like this. I don't have a good quote for this, but I'm just kind of, I'm stumbling through it. But money is there by which money is the transportation to your destination. It doesn't matter what the fucking form is. Money talks is another really old, really easier way to say this. Money talks louder and faster than top rank 5 players. Money talks louder than top 5 ranked players. So you understand why you taking this so seriously is so stupid.
They just removed a lot of the needless confusion from many.
I like that he's frozen. Look, he's actually frozen. That seems evolved systems. A little bit.
Gems specifically, yes, I understand that you can read tooltips in Path of Exile 1 to know what skill gems will support what support gems and vice versa. But look, I don't know what to tell you other than the fact that I don't want to read in the vast majority.
There's a chaos orb right there.
Of other players don't want
to read. Aren't those really good? Oh no, that's in Diablo 4.
Either. I'm not afraid.
I couldn't keep these crappy ARPG fucking vomits straight.
To say that I need some.
I'm sorry, but I did this shit for so long. You couldn't pay me to do this again. It's just because I'm old. Call it me. I'm sure the kids are like, oh my god, it's so fun, it's so dark, it's so sweet, the music's so good, it's so violent, there's blood everywhere and demons and stuff. I'm sure the kids have the exact same response to it that I did when I was 14 years old and I played Diablo 2. I was like, this is so cute, this is so cute. Am I hating on them? No. But am I saying that the Path of Exile 2 is good? No, because I did do Path of Exile 2 for 20 years, and I don't want to do Path of Exile 2 anymore. It was called Diablo. I need, something a little bit more involved than that. Even V Rising is more goddamn involved than that. V Rising had base building and a better camera and all this. If I'm going to condemn myself to a bad world where I get one shot from off screen all the goddamn time, I'd rather it be V Rising, which is a bad Rust ripoff, but it's Diablo but Rust, right? Is Rust Diablo? It's Rust Diablo. It took me so long to figure out what V Rising was. And it sucks because I can't really handle those bad cameras anymore. You can't play those games competitively or even grinding like this because look, even as I'm grinding trees and stuff, I can still make this look good. I could be rolling around, having fun with it, and shooting mobs and stuff. I can still make this look good. In this nice 3D camera, I can come and zoom in on her and look at her cool purple clown face while I'm chopping trees and stuff like this. And I need this. I need that. I need my 3D. I'm spoiled. I need my 3D representation of my fucking character. I'm not doing your fucking isometric. I don't care how good you fucking make it. I'm not doing your isometric in fucking 2025. It's a scam. It's not a scam. It's a scam if you've been doing it for 20 years. It's like, okay, so we've been watching television, you guys don't probably have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, but everybody my age will. You're watching television. You've been watching television since you were a kid. Since you were, 5 years old. You've been watching TV since you were a kid. And you've seen every goddamn Gilligan's Island episode that ever did grace the fucking networks of man. And you've just seen every Gilligan's, which I have. I've seen every goddamn Gilligan's Island that there is. More so than was welcome. I've seen every I Love Lucy more than was welcome. I've seen every Law and Order. That was all welcome. But I've seen like a lot of this television way more than was my welcome because they just play it way too much. And so when you understand, after 20 years of seeing Gilligan's fucking Island, they go, okay, we're doing a new television show. We're finally doing a new television show and all this. And it's weird because the modern generation is like, oh, is it like Gilligan's Island? And the rest of us are like, no, please don't make another Gilligan's Island. No. I can't laugh. It's not funny. I'm like, no, please don't make another Diablo. No, not after 20 years of it, no. You have overstayed your welcome. You gotta spin that camera like V Rising. V Rising has more balls than Blizzard. I'm sorry, but they do. Whatever company made V Rising has more balls than Blizzard. Because how the fuck you step with Diablo 4 after... you know what Diablo 4 actually is? It's a fucking clone. It's a clone of Diablo 3. I know, because I have like 5,000 hours on Diablo 3. And I'm not fucking stupid. I played that fucking demo, and I am very fucking aware that they re-release the same goddamn game again, which is exactly what this is too. There's nothing else you could ever say to change my opinion about this. I stayed away from Path of Exile 2 mostly because of this. I'm like, nope. You will not sell me. I don't even care if it's free and it has a chart. You're not selling me Diablo 3 again. Nope. Hard nope. I'm sorry, I'm dying on that fucking hill. Nope. Stubborn cap or whatever. No cap. What, right? Stubborn cap, no cap. I'm not I'm not playing your fucking Diablo 3 ever again. I'm not doing your Diablo 3 ever again. I will play Sacred fucking 2 over Diablo fucking 3. You understand? I will literally play Sacred 2 Gold over Diablo 3 because Sacred 2 camera. Look at the Sacred 2 camera, free camera, right? It's so much better than fucking Diablo 4. This game from 1999 was so much better than Diablo fucking 4. It just is. It's a fact of life. It did better. It rated better. It sold better, I think. No, it didn't sell as well as Diablo 4 because there wasn't as many of us back then. There wasn't that many PC gamers. But look at this beautiful camera. It was evolved so much further than Diablo 4 so much longer ago. And once you know it, then you've seen an actually competent ARPG, you're like, well, why the fuck would I play Diablo 3, Diablo 4, or Path of Exile 2 over Sacred 2? And the question is, I actually mean that. Why would I play those games over this? Why would I do that? Look at this beautiful fucking camera. Look at it. It's almost like, it's almost World of Warcraft quality. Look. And then you want to tell me Diablo 4 is fucking good, and you know what Sacred 2 is. It's a goddamn ARPG of the ages. It's universally loved. It's great. Once you see just some actual competence out of some developer 28 years before your fucking company even launched, you're like, nah, motherfucker, you're not selling me Diablo 3 again. You're not selling me Diablo 3 again. I don't care if they're stupid. I don't care if they're the brain rot generation and they need an ARPG. I don't care. You're not selling me Diablo 3 again. I'm not doing it. Nope. I'll go play this game. If I wanted to play ARPGs, I'll go play this game. You want to know what's going to make more money from me than Diablo 4? Sacred 2 is going to make my money before Diablo 4 will. It's seriously, this is true. I've not bought either titles, but I'm like, hey, Sacred 2 and Diablo 4. Excuse me, Diablo 3. It's like, here's the Diablo 3 wiener. It's like, yeah, compared to Sacred 2, I'm going to go play Sacred 2 compared to, if I'm going to do an ARP, it would be Sacred 2. It's not your fucking Diablo 3. That's not happening. Hey, look, it's a competent game. From 2001 or something like that, 24 years ago or some shit. It's a more competent game than the rip-off March of the Bastards, triple anus cocksuckers, Path of Exile 2, and Diablo fucking 4. I don't care if one of them's free. They're still March of the Bastard. They're March of the Bastard. They keep releasing this shit from 1996 and trying to call it new. Your shit doesn't fly with me, nerd. Your bullshit doesn't fly with me, nerd. You can tell your lies. You can be like, I'm a nerd, so I can lie. And it sounds like true because I'm a nerd. But no, your fucking lies are bullshit compared to this camera from 27 years ago. Yeah, I'm sorry, but... yeah. This is an actually good ARP. It's like an actually good one, Truly, actually good. Look, hey, it's cool. Yeah. Hey, mow him down. Cool, it's an ARP. Yeah, just kill them all. Yeah, look at this shit. Sacred 2 was so much better of a game than Diablo 4. If I wanted to do some fucking ARP, and of course this game's old, it suffers from jank and problems and corny ass fucking, like one-liners and all the stuff that they do in these games. But in terms of actual fucking elevated, I'm talking evolved ARPG content, this game was so fucking far beyond Path of Exile 2. 27 fucking years ago, or whatever this is. It's like fucking 17. I don't know how long. When did Sacred 2 come out? It's fucking long time ago. 96 or something? I don't know. Sacred 2 release date. Yeah. Okay, so yes, it was a little bit early. A little bit more recent than I thought. But it's still 12 plus 3 is 15 years ago. Or no, 5. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, we're at 15 plus 2. It's actually 17 years ago. 17 fucking years ago. This game completely outdid Diablo 4 in every single fucking way. Not graphics. That maybe not graphics, but all the. Well, I mean, I like these graphics more than Diablo 4. I really do. I like these graphics more than Diablo 4. They seem more like they're telling an artistic story than just staring at the fucking ground all day. Remember, Path of Exile 2 is staring at some ground all day while you get shot at by mobs that are off screen.
In games to keep
it's fucking terrible. I can't stand ARPs. I can't stand ARPs. I had a friend, really near and dear friend who never ever crossed me, never ever did anything, but was just a really good friend of mine. I'm sad that we drifted apart, but we did because we had a serious age range difference, and he was he was like a working man. I could never really conform to that, though I did work a lot of my lifestyle, or my lifetime, but anyways, he was not I wouldn't call him normal. He was so smart for his age. but you know, but definitely a bit more buttoned down than me. And so we weren't like, we didn't really click along the lines of how crazy I was. He was a little bit, he wasn't more normal than me. He definitely wasn't. He just wasn't like, you know, buttoned down. I'm sorry, he was buttoned down. He wasn't loud. He wasn't a loud person really. So, good friend Kaiser, he was huge into ARPS, and so was his father. So he took towards his father because his father was an MMO player, really good one. And he took to Diablo 3 and he dragged me along. And by drag me along, meaning like if I wanted to do 2s, he wanted to do Diablo 3. So we would kind of split the time, you know, so we could get 2s done as well as Diablo 3. And eventually he just moved to Diablo 3 permanently. And there was this point where I had to break his heart, where I just was like, I am sorry, Kaiser. I can't sit here and look at 2 million more worthless pieces of shit loot drop at the same 5 acts, at the same mobs and the same bosses and the same maps and the same shit and the same bullshit. And I'm sick of staring at the ground, and I just don't like our isometric. I never really did. And he was like, "You're kidding me, Kat. You put like 5,000 hours into this game." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. I've been doing it for so fucking long. It was like 7 years of Diablo 3, 7 years of Diablo 2. Like, I've done all these other ARPs. You know, there's so many others. There's so many others. There's Grim Dawn and fucking, what's that one? Van Helsing 1 and 2 and fucking... You know, there's so many. Sacred 1, Sacred 2. I've really played a lot of Dungeon Siege 2 and Dungeon Siege 3. I really love ARPGs. I don't, but I do in the respect that they are a beautiful part of my childhood that I don't ever want to fucking see again. Kind of like the Mighty Morphin fucking Power Rangers or Batman the Animated Series. I love those things, and I would watch those television shows. Batman a lot more than Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. But Lord deliver me from 2004. No, I don't want to go back there again. No, I don't need to member bury my ass back there again. And no, I don't need to relive my fucking ARPG glory days. No, I don't. No.
That's why I quit Path of Exile 1.
And that was the end of our friendship, kind of, too. When I stopped playing Diablo 3, we stopped hanging out together. He needed somebody to be addicted to this the way he was.
Multiple times over the year.
Sure, I'm addicted to it, but you know me. I'm playing 3, 4, 5 games at once. I'm waiting for this other game to patch. Like, you know, I'm not getting stuck on one fucking game like Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2. I'm just not getting fucking stuck on one game like that. You know, I saw a community once that I was actually very interested in, but I know that they're stuck. It's the PSO2 community. They're fucking stuck. They've been stuck because they just don't make good Phantasy Star anymore. They make good Phantasy Star, but it's not even of the quality of Diablo 4. It's not even of the quality of, I mean, like I would say, wow. It's not, I mean, it's an MMO, but it's not really. It's sort of a Diablo MMO. And yeah, and there's a community that's been stuck forever, and that's all that community wants. Just like the Diablo kids, they want their fucking their harmless, bright palette, bright, usually neon colored palettes, Phantasy Star Online graphics, and their Sega RPG and dungeoneering and stuff, and they're stuck there. They're just stuck there. Rust is like that too. The Rust players, they're fucking stuck there. They're fucking stuck there all the time. Like, I was easily able to just put Rust down tonight. Do it for a fucking lark. Do it for a fucking thing. I was like, yep, I just don't, I put down both Mortal and Rust today. Because I was like, no, I'm just not really enjoying it. It constantly makes me walk for like half an hour for no reason. It doesn't reward me on a long-term level. It wipes my progress. And it's toxic most of the time. And I thought, and Mortal was the exact same way. Mortal was no different. And I was like, yep, that's what these games are. I need to kind of work away from them if I can. They're imperfect now. After seeing enough of a better way, I'm like, after seeing enough of a better way, I'm just like, no, I know that ARPG isn't it. I know that,
years, every time I tried to play that game,
Look at all that worthless loot he just leaves lying on the ground. To me, that's a sign of a bad game now. You understand? Like, look at all that worthless ass loot he just leaves lying on the fucking ground like that. That goes against my fucking instincts as an RPG gamer. Everything has fucking value. That's something Russ taught me. Everything has value. Everything. Even bone and leather and stuff. Doesn't matter what it is. Everything has value, and there's no reason. If the game was good, there would be no reason for you to ever leave any of this on the ground. But they do. They just walk away from it.
The years, every time
but I mean, he's going to leave all of this stuff on the ground, though, I think, right? Yeah, he did. He left the entire stack of fucking loot on the ground. What's the point of the fucking loot then? I mean, yeah, shooters are fun or whatever. Looters are good. But also, like, you could make the game where where it feels like you might actually really need that sword if it drops. You know, it's never been like that. It's like point and click and watch the thing die. It's about as simple as Pokemon is. You press A and watch your character swing. It's really not too much different than that. Pick 1 to 3 abilities, you know, and watch your character swing.
Figure out what I was trying to do, and if I ever made any mistakes, well, the game would then tax me.
I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference between this and Diablo 3. I don't see a single fucking difference. Not a single one. No.
We have all
the chart is the real difference. The chart is this wonderful thing that should be exalted. It graced the gloriana of all RPG hood. That chart, it stands on its own grace and its own fucking, like, you know, its own value. It stands on its own value. That chart that they built is like the greatest chart almost in any fucking video game ever made. It's a great chart. But I mean, then you attach Diablo 3 to it. I didn't need another Diablo 3. I know you guys are fucking stuck on Diablo 3. Fucking stuck there like Rust. Stuck there like WoW. Stuck there. I know, because I'm stuck on New World. I can't stop. But see, the difference is, New World doesn't fucking bite my ass if I don't pay attention. I mean, it does, but it doesn't, though. It really doesn't. It doesn't really care if I'm playing it or not. It's always moving forward. Times Arrow marches on. Look, hey, look. Somehow I managed to check the inventory at exactly 1 pound to go because I was like, it's time, isn't it? And it was. It was time, you know? It has good pacing and all this stuff. And I'm just like, why would I play that? Like, you know what this game is? It's Diablo 4. This game is Diablo 4 as well. Here's the same loot. The same colors, the same damage, it's just 3D. So yeah, I'm playing Diablo 4 like you as well. Right now you might be playing Path of Exile 2. I'm playing Path of Exile 2 as well. It's called New World, except that New World is 3D, you know? That's the difference. WoW is 3D. WoW has always been superior to Diablo. It's why it did way, 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 way better, because it's 3D, you know? I was raised on 3D. I want my 3D. I'm not really willing to, you know, equivocate. I want my 3D. I'm done with your isometric. I will not do your Diablo 3. That's all I have to say about this.
So what happened to Xbox over the last few years?
If I had to wager a guess, greed. No, it's not greed, but I mean a greedy desire to snap up publishers. Such a large amount of them that you couldn't possibly crack the whip. And then just assuming that the Horde was going to pay you a bunch of money if you didn't steer them around exactly like I'm doing on X4. See how I have like a whole bunch of mining ships? Sure, they're auto mining, but I put them to work there and they're doing it. I actually like told them what to do. Microsoft, I think they bought a bunch of publishers and then just didn't tell them what to do.
Interest in Xbox as a platform.
I think a bunch of them we all thought were really grateful to be bought by Microsoft because they were figuring that they might be told what to do. Like Bethesda. We were actually I was unhappy about the Bethesda-Microsoft merger, but I was also like, but maybe Microsoft might take better care of Bethesda because it's been mismanaged, right? But no, Microsoft didn't crack that whip and we got Starfield. Starfield's an excellent example of it. I'll be right back. guess I will have iced silk. That's what I'm in the mood for. Yeah, why not? Yeah, let's spike it with what's left of the cranberry juice. There we go. A little bit of strawberry silk. Or no, cranberry silk. It's a weird combo, but it's gonna be good.
Is a shadow of what it used to be. Ever since the 360 days, nothing has felt the same. The messaging, the direction, the games, none of it is living up to the promise that the platform once stood for. Oh, they're going on social media and they're asking developers, why aren't you making games for Xbox anymore? Even with great first-party, potentially great first-party...
I couldn't possibly ever do Path of Exile 2 as a main, because look, I can look into the sun right now, and I can see these beautiful god rays, and I can scan around and see this cool pillar that's in 120 frames per second, you know? Moving through perfectly. On GeForce Now, it doesn't look amazing anymore, because it's a little bit... This game's starting to look a little bit more dated now. But, you know, games are starting to look a little bit more dated, a little bit faster. But, I mean, like, when you look at the god rays and all the beautiful stuff that's going on in this scene, you can see why I can't go back to Path of Exile 2. It's not a particularly beautiful game.
Titles on the horizon, they're never at the forefront of discussion. And now thinking about it, over the last 10 years, their greatest games were games that they made. They were games that they bought. We're talking about a company that was once the underdog, then became the champ, and now wants to be the Netflix of gaming. And I don't think this decline in interest is going to be the death of Xbox, but I do think it's going to be the death of their platform, and I think they want that.
Yeah.
And that's not good for us.
They're retired, buddy. They're retired.
We're going through the entire history of Xbox, from their highest highs to their lowest lows, to figure out where things went wrong. And this is the biggest project that I've ever done. And I would not have been able to do this if it wasn't for today's sponsor, and one that I believe a lot of people on social media could use, Delete Me. So let's talk about something really important, your personal privacy. If you've ever Googled yourself like I have, you know how much of your personal data is out there. Phone numbers, home addresses, even information about your family. As you can imagine, being a content creator, I value my privacy just as much as the next guy, and that's where Delete Me comes in, a service I personally use and trust to keep my information off the web. Delete Me removes your data from hundreds of data broker websites, those companies that are out there collecting and selling your personal information without your permission. Whether you've worried about things like identity theft, doxing, or protecting your privacy, Delete Me has your back. When I first signed up, I got my privacy report within a week, and I was shocked to see just how much of my personal information they found and removed for me. Plus, they keep monitoring and removing my data all year long. Here's the best part. You can try it out yourself. Go to joindeleteme.com/drops and use the code DROPS for 20% off. It's the easy way to take control of your personal information and protect your privacy online. Thank you to Delete Me for sponsoring today's video. Now let's get to it. Flashback to the mid-1990s, Microsoft is on top of the world. Windows 95 revolutionized personal computing, generating billions of dollars each month and cementing Microsoft as a software powerhouse. With 95% of home computers running Windows, the company had little reason to look beyond its software empire. On the other side of the tech spectrum, Sony dominated hardware, with their PlayStation leading console gaming and Walkmans, CD players, TVs, DVDs, and VHS, all of that hardware in every home. Microsoft had no plans to join the hardware race, but within Microsoft, a small group of engineers had a different idea. A team working on DirectX, software that was designed to simplify PC game development, saw gaming as the future. They believed that Microsoft had a unique opportunity not only to make its mark in software, but also in the world of video games. Their vision wasn't about improving PC gaming, it was about creating a console that would use DirectX framework to make game development easier and ultimately lead to better games being developed. At the time, Japanese consoles made by Sega, Nintendo, PlayStation all had proprietary chipsets which required non-Japanese developers to reverse engineer and translate just to port their games to consoles. The DirectX team wanted to circumvent that process, making it where games developed on Windows would perfectly translate to this dream console with no extra steps taken. The challenge? Well, convincing Microsoft's leadership. Gaming was seen as a niche market at this time, a far cry from what it is today, and stepping into the hardware business was pretty risky for a software company. But the DirectX team really believed in the vision they had and eventually started to gain some support within the company, rebranding their project from the DirectX box to simply Xbox. However, their project still wasn't approved by Microsoft's leadership. In 1999, Sony revealed the PlayStation 2, a gaming console that doubled as a home entertainment system. With its powerful emotion engine chip, Sony promised that the PlayStation 2 would deliver better performance than most PCs, and then even hinted that it could render PCs obsolete. Bill Gates saw this as a direct threat, and Microsoft felt they needed to respond, and fast. It became a company-wide priority to make a video game console, which then set up a competition between the DirectX team, who already had their idea, and the Windows CE team, who had a more conservative vision for a console. But the DirectX team proposed two bold features that would set the Xbox apart. Both are now staple features in every console we have today, and that's a hard drive for game saves and faster load times, and Ethernet connectivity for high-speed gaming. These ideas were radical at the time. Less than 5% of homes had Ethernet. Most were still on dial-up or didn't even have internet. Remembering back, I was making Dragon Ball Z AMVs to Offspring staring at the sun on Windows Movie Maker while yelling at my mom to hang up the phone because I was playing Neopets. But the DirectX team made a massive gamble
Staring
here on
at
the
the
future of gaming,
sun.
thinking that it would be online and using Ethernet, and they were right. Once the project was approved, finding somebody to make it was a completely different story. Most companies just laughed at the idea of
I can't believe he just quoted "Staring at the Sun" by Offspring. That's actually a really fucking good song.
Microsoft, a software giant, wanting to make a video game console. Microsoft
Shut up, you talk too much.
even went
Pay
and
the man, oh yeah.
tried to attempt to buy Nintendo, hoping that they'd be able to get their hardware expertise and their game library, but Nintendo just laughed them off. I want you guys to remember this because I think it's really important foreshadowing for things we'll talk about later. Forced to build the console themselves, they pressed on, but it wasn't without internal conflicts. Executives within Microsoft wanted to install the full Windows operating system on the Xbox, a move that would have crippled the console's performance. In an act of rebellion, the DirectX team secretly stole the Windows kernel, the brain of Windows, and stripped it down to make a version of it that would focus entirely on gaming. Gates viewed this as a betrayal to his legacy, to the pride of the company, screamed at the employees for hours, calling them liars in a meeting that they now call the Valentine's Day Massacre, as nobody actually made it home to see their loved ones until later that night. Ultimately convinced that Sony was a threat to Microsoft, they caved and gave the Xbox project their full support. A few months later at GDC, they would show off their prototype for the Xbox, this giant metal X with a green...
Wait, I want to hear this again.
Calling them liars in a meeting that they now call the Valentine's Day Massacre, as nobody actually made it home to see their loved ones until later that night. Ultimately convinced that Sony was a threat to Microsoft, they caved and gave the Xbox project their full support. A few months later at GDC, they would show off their prototype for...
Bill Gates and the Valentine Day Massacre. Let's go look at it. Oh, there was a massacre on St. Valentine's Day. Oh, God.
For the Xbox, this giant...
This game's so good. Sacred 2 is so much better than Diablo 4. And Diablo 3. Probably combined, honestly. Now, what happened to the other video that I was listening to, though? Did you close it?
metal X with a green reactor in the middle of it that was barely functioning, but it was able to impress the developers with its revolutionary lighting and physics-based software. While the games industry exploded with excitement over the things that they could achieve with this new hardware, they still needed to impress the people who would ultimately buy it. Now, in a bid to generate interest in gamers, Bill Gates unveiled the final Xbox hardware at CES with none other than WWF superstar The Rock by his side. As a kid, I remember this. I was dying of laughter seeing this tech geek standing next to the people's champ. But it worked. It drew a lot of attention from media and gamers alike. Everybody was interested in this new, mysterious console, and we couldn't wait to see what they would show us at E3. It seemed like it would be smooth sailing from here, but at E3, the biggest gaming expo of the year, Xbox's public debut was an absolute disaster. When they were presenting the console to gamers and media worldwide, the console refused to turn on, and all of their gaming demos, showing off all their different works in progress, yeah, they barely functioned. Most of them had terrible frame rate issues that nobody could get around. Microsoft's ambitions were mocked by headlines around the world, newspapers, cable news, gamers, everybody thought Xbox was a joke. Despite all the setbacks, the team behind Xbox refused to give up. Their belief in the potential of the console was unshakable, and they continued forward, refining and perfecting what would be the Xbox. Against all odds, Microsoft's first console was ready to hit the market. They had survived ridicule, technical challenges, and internal resistance, driven by a team that believed that putting players and developers first was the way. There is some purity in that spark of innovation, this ragtag group of developers that have their own vision for what the future of gaming looks like. Not only seeing the trends in hardware with the hard drive, but also the internet with Ethernet. It's crazy. And I only touched on this lightly, but it was incredibly difficult for Western developers to be able to make games for the PlayStation, Nintendo, and Sega, because they had to backwards engineer a lot of things. They had to hire translators to be able to understand the tools, and that took a lot of money and time away from actually developing video games. If any of you guys have ever played Final Fantasy XIV, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. When you first sign up, or even when you want to renew your subscription, there's 1,000 different websites it feels like you have to go through. Menus are hidden behind different things. It can sometimes take hours just to figure it all out. And Microsoft effectively was trying to make the one-click subscription that we see with many other MMOs and just cut through the noise and get to what matters most. They had this awesome developer-first mentality, a customer-first mentality at the exact same time, not only wanting to empower players with better hardware, but make it where developers could deliver better games much easier and much cheaper. It's so wholesome that it doesn't even sound real, but you gotta understand, at this time, at this point in history in gaming, Nintendo, Sega, Sony, they ruled the industry. This was the only way for another platform to make their way through. Now, as Microsoft prepared to launch the original Xbox, they knew they needed more than cutting-edge hardware. They needed games. While their developer-first approach definitely attracted some interested studios, not every opportunity was seized. Now, this is another one of those foreshadowing moments, but one of the biggest missed chances came from a small publisher named Rockstar Games, who pitched a new direction for their PC title. Xbox passed, Microsoft executives didn't like the themes of the game and didn't see its potential, not realizing that they had just turned down what would later become Grand Theft Auto 3, one of the most transformative games in history. Despite this, Xbox still lined up some promising titles for launch, including Oddworld Munch's Odyssey and Project Gotham Racing, but the true gem of Xbox's lineup, however, came from an unexpected acquisition. Bungie, a developer known for Myth and Marathon, had fallen on hard times after a critical bug in Myth 2 damaged their reputation by deleting their users' hard drives upon installation. Xbox saw potential in Bungie's next project and took the bold step to acquire the studio.
What?
Xbox still lined up some promising titles for launch, including Oddworld Munch's Odyssey and Project Gotham.
Oddworld Munch's Odyssey, yeah, that was a good game.
Racing, but the true gem of Xbox's lineup, however, came from an unexpected acquisition. Bungie, a developer known for Myth and Marathon, had fallen on hard times after a critical bug in Myth 2 damaged their reputation by deleting their users' hard drives upon installation.
Oh my god, do you know how mad I would be if a game erased my hard drive? I would be screaming and suing. I'd be like, no.
Saw potential in Bungie's next project and took the bold step to acquiring the studio.
How did they even manage
shooters
that?
Were largely exclusive to PC, with games like Doom and Quake thriving on mouse and keyboard setups. Many were really skeptical on whether or not shooters could work on console, where controllers just didn't have the same kind of accuracy. Halo Combat Evolved launched alongside the Xbox on November 15th, 2001. It was a gamble, but it paid off. The game's tight, intuitive controls redefined what shooters could be on consoles, establishing a new standard for the genre that we still use today. Halo wasn't just a success, it was a cultural phenomenon. Its gripping campaign and multiplayer mode, which supported LAN parties of up to 16 players, instantly created a community around the game and around Xbox. For the first time, gamers could connect multiple consoles and engage in large-scale multiplayer battles in their living rooms, in their basements, in their bedrooms. This experience wasn't about the game itself, it was about the memories that we created through shared gameplay. Halo quickly turned Xbox into the go-to console for first-person shooters. As Halo transformed the Xbox into a shooter and social console, mirroring the success of Super Smash Bros. On the N64 but to a larger scale, Microsoft was already planning its next move: online gaming. In the early 2000s, online gaming on consoles was virtually non-existent, although the Dreamcast had dabbled a bit with online play.
Phantasy Star Online. That's what I did. I was on the first console RPG, which was Phantasy Star Online.
Experience was limited. Microsoft saw the future, and in 2002, they launched Xbox Live, a service that would forever change the face of console gaming. With Xbox Live, players could compete with others across the world, communicate through voice chat, and establish unique gamer tags that gave them their own online identity. It wasn't just a platform for playing games, it was a social experience, one that paved the way for many of the global gaming communities that we have today. Games like Mech Assault and Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon were among the first to be on Xbox Live with its support, and suddenly gamers were no longer limited to couch co-op, they were connecting with anyone, anywhere, at any time. While Xbox Live was revolutionary, it still needed a game that could take the full advantage of its potential, and that game was Halo 2, but it wasn't ready yet. Now, this story is relevant to points that I'm going to bring up later, but Bungie was a group of visionaries. They wanted to push Halo even further beyond what it was. But their lofty goals led to issues with quality and meeting deadlines, so they ended up asking their Xbox boss at the time, Ed Freeze, for a delay for at least a year. Microsoft executives flat out said no. Freeze argued with Microsoft for hours, however, they wouldn't budge, citing marketing needs. Eventually, they ended up giving up. However, the frustration that Freeze felt with Microsoft and their inability to grasp how important it was to give the developers their space, or how important Halo was to the future of the brand, ended up making Freeze hand over his resignation. The added time given to Halo 2 paid off in spades. Not only did it result in an exponentially better game, but the delay ended up creating a lot of anticipation around its release. Released in 2004, Halo 2 was one of the most highly anticipated sequels in gaming history, and it didn't disappoint. It sold 2.4 million copies in 24 hours, generating $125 million in sales, eclipsing every book and blockbuster movie release in history. Halo 2 was the moment that gaming went mainstream. The original Xbox's impact stretched far beyond Halo and online gaming. It created an avenue for PC games to reach consoles, helping developers like Bethesda bring games like Elder Scrolls Morrowind to living rooms. Titles like Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Mech Assault, and Steel Battalion may have never found their way to home consoles if it wasn't for the vision that Xbox brought to the market. The original Xbox didn't just compete, it reshaped the gaming landscape and set the stage for modern gaming as we know it today. I have so much to say here that I don't even know where to start. I could probably make an entire video just talking about the launch of Halo 2 because that's how insane it was. It's so sad to know that there are generations today and in the future that will never experience anything like it because of digital downloads and nobody really pre-orders. It goes to launch event.
Thank God they won't. It was slow. It was annoying. Loading in would take forever. It would take like 5 minutes to load a level. Thank God they don't deal with that. See, these guys, their whole generation, the last 3 generations or something like that, it's weird. People from my generation do it too. They look to the past for the solution for all of their problems. And sure, history is something that's good to do. But I mean, you can see that they think that it was a better time back then.
Or anything like that.
It's so much better now. I've got 4 fucking, Pentium 4 games running right now. They're all doing great at 120 frames of stuff. It's doing so, it's so much better than it's ever been. Like, I have no illusions about this. It's so much fucking better than it's ever been. You know, it just is. Yeah, I want to get my harvesting to this point where I don't have to do buffs or anything. I used to really want to be this person that had this amount of money, you know, in these games.
More,
I used to be like, I'll never be that person. I don't have that discipline. But I do now.
I mean, it's over. It's sad. Sad reality of gaming today. But it was insane. The hype, the love, it was... I don't even know where to even start with it. Everybody at school was talking about it. Everybody had it pre-ordered. Everybody already had plans of whose house we were going to first to be able to play and hook up our consoles and who was playing with who and what teams we were on and things like that. We were all cracked out on Mountain Dew waiting outside in the cold, sleeting rain, and it had no effect on us. Everybody was so hyped, so energetic. We could not wait to get our hands on this game. Oh, it was so good. I think I stayed up for probably 2 or more days just playing Halo, and it never got old. I can't be the only one that feels like life peaked with the release of Halo 2. It was undescribable.
Nope.
Undescribable.
Nope.
It's a travesty.
Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2, bitch. Half-Life 2. Decay was more influential on me on the PlayStation 2 than Halo was on the 360. Did I beat Halo? Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4 odds. You know. Yeah. What's the other one? Reach. Even beat Reach. Yeah, they're all on it's all there on my achievement list. And don't care. I still think Half-Life 2 was superior. Half-Life 2 spawned a revolution for me where I saw what was possible in the online LAN lobbies, and it wasn't fucking Halo. Unreal Tournament was so much more influential on me than Halo. Quake 3 was so much more influential on me than Halo. I'm older than Halo, but not really. I was there for all of it, right there, pretty much my age, you know, but I'm still older than Halo a little bit. I came up on older games. AVP 2, Aliens vs. Predator 2, on the LAN, or, I don't know, Doom 2 Versus, or, you know, Sven Co-op, Half-Life 2 Decay. You know, there was a lot of really good co-op shooters. Even Splinter Cell. There was, you know, even crappy-ass Splinter Cell. You know, what was really good was Vegas 1. Vegas 1 was so good. Vegas 2. Vegas 2 is one of the greatest shooters of all time. Definitely, Halo was just a certain thing for a certain, like era of lads on the internet. And sure, we all did it. He's right. He's not wrong about that part of it. But it wasn't this end-all, be-all, revolutionary thing like they always try to say it was. And they'll also, and then out of their next mouth, they'll be like, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 2. And I'm like, nope. Call of Duty World at War at best. At best, if you were lucky. Call of Duty World at War at best, if you were lucky. Call of Duty, nope. Call of Duty, nope. Bad games. Call of Duty 1 was okay. Had no issue with Call of Duty 1. The original Call of Duty. Thought it was on track. Thought it was good. Even the I remember the multiplayer very vividly. You know, even the multiplayer was really on fucking point. You know, it was. Call of Duty 2 was about more of the same, but it was a little bit like kind of like more of the same. It wasn't really like an improvement. It was just more of the same. Then you got Modern Warfare. And yeah, by that point, Call of Duty was a fucking joke. It's like they wanted to make popcorn arcadey gunplay, but they wanted this super serial like campaign game to mix. And in my experience, Bad Company and Battlefield were far superior. Just far superior. Bad Company. Okay, Bad Company 1, Bad Company 2, and 1943, they were a revolution for us. They were a revolution for us. Absolutely. Changed all of us. I've got 5,000 hours on each game. 1, 2, and 1943. Bad Company changed all of us. Call of Duty and Halo didn't do shit for me. I'm terribly sorry. Beat all the Halos, liked them, bought them. I enjoyed them. I thought they were great games. Beat them a lot, loved them. Weren't revolutionary for me. No, not like this. They're just this, like, for some reason, these nerds that are about 7 years younger than me, something. They just didn't really have too good taste. They were the people chucking knives at each other over the top of the buildings and shit like this. They're the people who came up with 360 no-scope headshots. And I'm sorry, but that's always been a popcorny, and I mean that, popcorny, fucking, like, arcadey, fucking, like, shooter scene that wasn't dedicated like the fighter scene. Well, I mean, some of them were, like, I believe Counter-Strike was competitive, and I've always respected it. I've always respected real competitive Counter-Strike. I do not respect, ever, I've never respected online, rated or unrated fucking Halo. Couldn't give a fucking flying fuck about rated Halo. Couldn't give two shits, you know? I actually went kind of far in Halo 3. I actually went kind of far in Advanced Warfare. They were not revolutionary for me. Not like Half-Life 2. Not like Unreal Tournament. Not like Quake 3. Not like Time Splitters. Not like GoldenEye. Halo had its problems. It had those 5-minute fucking loads. The overshield bullshit. The 360 no-scope headshot era was born out of that bullshit because of the bad sniper scope that could, for some reason, pierce your head, but none of the other guns could actually kill you without dumping an entire mag or whatever because of the overshield, but the fucking sniper would like 1 or 2 shot you. And that was the age of the op. And yeah, Counter-Strike was revolutionary for me. Halo and COD... Fuck no. Fuck no, fuck no, fuck no. And yeah, I came up in the motherfucking Call of Duty lobby just like you. They were not revolutionary for me. Battlefield was revolutionary for me.
What Halo is today.
I think about Battlefield all the time, that I haven't played 2042, which is fucked up because I actually do have quite a big Battlefield history. I actually do have something like 15,000 hours clocked on Battlefield games or something dumb like that. I'm usually kind of a Battlefield fiend, believe it or not.
The launch of Halo 1 and Halo 2.
But they don't have real Battlefield.
2, obviously.
You know what real Battlefield is? It's a recon, 2 recons, an engineer, 2 medics, and 3 soldiers, something, trying to take one of the 5 points, probably the center, so they can move out to the other ones really quickly, like Arathi Basin is a good example of that. And yeah, and Bad Company was so much goddamn better than all of the Halo fucking titles combined. I'm just sorry, I will die on that motherfucking hill. Bad Company changed me. I've never looked at shooting the same after Bad Company. I'm not the player I am today that has like 600-700 Fortnite wins, whatever the fuck it is, 600 wins, something like that. Like, I just wouldn't be the player that I am today without Bad Company 1. So much more influential than fucking Halo or COD or these Halo COD fucking fanboys with an eye.
Later Halo 3 as well. They were some of the greatest moments in all of gaming. They're what created a lot of the gaming communities and what built the foundations for not only online games, but just gaming in general that we experience today. The joy that we experience from it. In a lot of cases, for older gamers, the thing that we're still chasing and trying to find, but ultimately We probably
I'm
never
doing
will
great.
again,
I'm doing
so.
great. I just don't like it when they don't succeed. They cut short and they don't reach what I want them to or something. And I'm like, you kind of broke my heart a little bit. It's like,
But true. You have to keep in mind that the Dreamcast had failed. PlayStation and Nintendo.
Dreamcast did not fail. Nobody bought it. But
No,
I wouldn't say it failed. The games that were on it were fucking amazing.
They had the market cornered.
That's one of my favorite consoles. I believed in the Dreamcast. I thought it was going to be really good, and it was. I sat there and I loved my Dreamcast to death.
It was so difficult for a console to be able to penetrate the market like the Xbox did, and while it wasn't a massive success, it was.
You got to remember, Dreamcast didn't really fail. It was just that it was the heyday era of PlayStation 2. We're talking about Grand Theft Auto 3. You couldn't beat. It's just how you can't beat Grand Theft Auto 5 right now. You couldn't beat Grand Theft Auto 3 back then, and so no, Dreamcast did not have. Dreamcast had Grand Theft Auto 2. But it didn't have Grand Theft Auto 3, and it definitely couldn't handle it either. It was not really a DVD-ROM based system that could run video. It was more of a fucking kids game console, but it had really good graphics going on, like the original Sonic Heroes, Dreamcast Sonic, right? Dreamcast Sonic. I don't care what people say about Dreamcast. It was a good system. It was evolutionary. Was this Sonic Adventure? Yeah, Sonic Adventure 2 is a really good example of this, right? I don't care what people say about Dreamcast. It was a good system. It still is a good system. It plays games really well. Yep, see, it's got that frame rate. It's got that nice 60 to 100, 120 that PlayStation 2 just could not do. See it? I would say frame rate wise, Dreamcast was great, even by today's standards. Yeah. This is on the Dreamcast too. Yeah, like look, this frame rate's great. It looks great for its time. This frame rate was so much fucking better than most of the other games out there. And so say what you want about Dreamcast, don't besmirch my love. I think it was a successful system. It just didn't. It didn't have the power to punch at the belt of a PlayStation 2 level because Sega was not a Sony. But I loved this era. I played these games. I owned them. I believed in the Dreamcast so much that I robbed a game store at the era of and this was so long ago that I don't worry about the statute of limitations or whatever, but when I was like 15 years old, I robbed a game store. All my friends know this stuff too. They know it because I sold them Dreamcasts. I sold them all Dreamcasts for $100 a pop. And I sold 7 Dreamcasts, and I made like $700, and I kept buying more games. I bought a PlayStation 2 with that money. I was like, I'm done with not having games and them charging us so much money and me trading in used games to this fucking game store. I'm gonna rob the fucking game store. So I planned it like a Metal Gear Solid op. I mean, I did. I pulled it off too. Scot free. Pulled it off. I worked there. I worked at that store too. I was working there at the time, and I got away with it scot free. Inside job. It was insane. Just fucking crazy. I worked the next day. And then in the background, I was selling Dreamcasts out of the back of my trunk to all of my high school friends. But I was like, you can't tell anybody. You can't tell anybody. You can't tell anybody. I've got something that you really want. It's a brand new video game console for $550. I'll give it to you for $100. You got to go talk to your parents. Go get $100. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. I know you don't plan on spending $100, and I know it came out of nowhere. Tell your parents it's a really good deal. If they don't like it, they can just resell the console for $250 on Craigslist. And they were like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yes, yeah, I'm serious, yeah." I sold, and then I also got a container with about 240 used Nintendo 64 games. That was really valuable at that time. And what else? And I just took a trash bag and I went to the game store lobby, fucking, GameStop fucking front desk, and I just smashed the glass and started sweeping consoles into big black plastic bags. And I swept like 7 Dreamcasts and fucking, a bunch of Nintendo 64 used Nintendo 64s, and I took the whole display case for all of their I took the entirety of their used Nintendo 64 thing. And I'm not proud of this. I'm just saying I did this because they had been robbing me for so long that I estimated the value of the robbery was probably up somewhere around like 15 grand or something like that, right? But I mean, that's what I had spent at their store. That's what I personally had spent at their store. I would buy these games for $40 and trade them back for like $3. And they would take this $37 value from me or something like that. And motherfucker, they took so much money from me. I still feel no remorse. I don't feel remorse for this. One of the reasons I'm going to hell, definitely one of the reasons I'm going to hell. I robbed that fucking game store, and I have no shame over this because they robbed me. They robbed me so bad. I'm still convinced that they fucking robbed me. They robbed me so bad. We were so addicted to the products, and we couldn't pay. We were lower class kids. We couldn't pay them all that money they wanted for those games. We couldn't. So we worked at the store. We were inside hustling. We were stealing from the store. Every day that we were there, we were stealing. We were pocketing games. We were just full-blown stealing. We were there like a fucking professional crew trying to rob that game store because both my best friend and I, we were there trying to rob that game store for all we could get. I'm serious. He was a bit more serious about it because he was a manager. I was not serious about it. I was there to rob that game store for everything they got. I played every title I could. I brought home 5-10 titles a night and just chew through them and stuff. Like, and it was a good job for like a couple of years, but then eventually I was like, nope, the Dreamcast launch is like in 5 days or something, and I just don't have $440 or whatever it is you want. I think it was like $329 or $440, something like that. It's like $440, something like that. I was just like, I don't have I was like, after 2 red ringed PlayStation 2s at $729 a pop, and all the games that you ripped me off for all the goddamn time, I just don't have the money for a Dreamcast, but I'm not going to miss the Dreamcast launch. And so I ripped off the goddamn game store. And on top of that, I made sure everybody that I knew didn't miss the Dreamcast launch either. I sold them all Dreamcasts, which was like a $450 value brand new for $100, and they were unopened packages. They could some of them, I'm sure, I think a couple of my friends, like JC, old friend of me. He was kind of a friend of me. I never really liked him. He was kind of a grimy motherfucker. But I didn't, whatever. My old friend JC, I didn't really like him. But he did buy 4 of those. He bought 4 of them or something. No, he bought 3. He was like 3. He bought 3, I think. He bought like 3 of them. And I was like, you're going to sell them, aren't you? And I was like, fuck, I can't believe you're selling these. And he was like, yeah, I'm selling them. I'm going to walk with 1,500. Watch me. And I'm like, you're pimp, motherfucker. I can't say that you aren't. In the background, I used to hate JC. He was like my friend of me in high school, kind of annoying. He was like my only rival, really. But like, I respected him though. I did respect him. He knew his Nas. He knew. He bought those Dreamcasts. He wasn't stupid. He definitely wasn't stupid in my school, anyways. Nobody in my school was stupid. Not even the mentally retarded kid was totally stupid. Nobody was stupid there, and it was just, it was just kind of funny. And like, I didn't like him. Something about him was grimy. I didn't really like him. He was trying to be hood when he was like this rich kid. It was stupid. Like I was doing that too. But the difference is, like, I mean, I did lead a high-speed chase when I was 17. I did get busted for ecstasy and high-speed shit and had like a fucking ankle monitor for 2 years and shit. And I did do drug court, Denver drug court. I had been in high-speed chases and shit. I was a lead singer. I wasn't fucking pretending like him. I actually was the River Phoenix of that age or whatever. I wasn't fucking around. That guy, he was fucking around. I guarantee it. He probably ended up working somewhere. You hear this out of streamers all the time. I'm sure you do. But I guarantee you, this guy's working somewhere as a Maytag repairman or something like that. He's probably fixing cable for DPS or something like that. I guarantee he's something like that. He's gonna be something mid class and run of the mill. He was not unique. But everybody treated him like he was, and it fucking bothered me all the time. I couldn't stand anybody who wasn't living it. You know what I'm saying? I'm all cool to be on the same social level as you if you're fucking living it. You know, if you're actually doing it, if you're fucking banging your head at the metal show, if you're actually smoking the weed in the back hallway, if you're actually fucking the girl, if you're actually fucking doing it, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, there was never this pretend thing. The pretend thing people fucking drove me crazy. He was good at what he knew. He was very good at rap and stuff. He knew his rap. But I mean, that doesn't make you like who. I mean, I wouldn't say. My friends know better. They knew what I did. Some of the stuff I couldn't even tell people about, like the game store robbery. You think I'm kidding about this stuff? No. I did that. And like, you know, and they all knew I did it. They all knew it. The whole high school knew it. I sold them Dreamcasts. I sold them used games. I'm your game dealer. You know what I'm saying? I'm your dealer. I'm your hooker man. I'm your pusher man. You know, you don't want to pay $450 for a Dreamcast. Okay, here's one for $100. I couldn't handle it either. When I stole them all, I was like, you know how I'm going to justify this to God or whoever the fuck ever looks me in the face about this whenever? I figured the cops might see me later. And if they asked me why I did this, I'd be like, well, I just really couldn't handle the idea of all the boys in my school not being able to afford a Dreamcast because we're all lower class to middle class kids. And none of us could afford a Dreamcast. Nobody could. When they found out about it, I got mobbed by 60 dudes or something. They were like, yo, sell me a Dreamcast. And I was like, I've only got 7. And I was like, I already sold the first 7 in I sold the first 7 in 2.5 hours. It was like 2.5 hours. I had $700 in under like 2.5 hours. And you know what I did? I bought a PlayStation 2 because that fucking game store that I ripped off, and I'm dead serious about this too. I bought a fucking another PlayStation 2 brand new with the money that I got from ripping off the Dreamcast from them. And I took that money that I ripped off from the game store and tell me I wasn't a drug. I mean, basically the games are like a drug addict thing for me. I'm not fucking around when I say I've played tens of thousands of games. I've done crazy things to be able to say that I could do so. You know, I fucked around with the Super Nintendo ROM so long that I've now played like all 990 of the games or whatever it is. I've done so with the Dreamcast. I've done so with the Sega Saturn and the 32X and the fucking Genesis and stuff. I've got a real gaming addiction. Heroin isn't shit to this, you know what I'm saying? It's actually like that. I would still rob stores for games. I'm not above it. I'm still not above it. I can't drive past a retro store without being like, man, makes me kind of uncomfortable. Oh my God, that retro game store. Oh man, I could crack that window and just take everything. I take your video game milkshake. I crack that fucking window and start sucking out all those games that are liberated from that fucking store. I can't drive by a retro game store. Heroin isn't shit compared to a true gaming addiction. It's really not. I can't look at a game store without getting kind of hot and bothered and being like, oh man, I want to crack that window and just take everything they've got. I did it once in my lifetime. I've done that once in my lifetime. Once you do it, you get a taste for it. You're like, oh man, I want to crack that window and just take all their shit. I don't care. I'm that addicted to the games. It really bothers me that they had the games and I don't. I don't even have the time to play them all. I don't know why it was this much of a fixation. It absolutely was. I don't have the time to play all those games. I didn't have the time to play them when I stole them. I didn't have the time to play all of those games. That's what was so sick and sad about it. Another part of the really sad part about it is I just de-stickered all of the 270 used games that I jacked or whatever it was between the N64 and all, and I jacked new games too. I jacked about 250 new Dreamcast games, which adds up. It's $60 a pop or something like that. The games too, when I sold the consoles, I just tossed in 5 games each with the consoles. This is a true story. When I got that, I had something like 10 copies of Sonic Adventure 1. It was like day 4 after the Dreamcast launch. It was like day 4 or something like that. And so, you know, the games I got were Sonic Adventure, Mortal Kombat Gold, Fur Fighters. I got 10 copies of each or something. Yeah, like it was a lot. Fur Fighters and I can't remember the names of the games. There's 2 more, but I can't remember what they are. I can't remember. It's been too long. I'm sorry. But there was like 5 games. So when I sold them the consoles for $100, I gave them 5 games, brand new, unopened $60 games too. I was like, here you go. It goes along with it. I was like, I was eager to get rid of all the stuff. I was like, no, I gotta get rid of all of this stuff. But video games go fast. It was easy to get rid of all of it. Inside of a day, all of it was like gone, except for the stuff that I sold back to the store. While I was working there, I inside job robbed them, and then I sold them all back their own games. And I don't even know. I'm sure they were scanning some of those UPC codes and understanding that they were like stolen games from their own store. I'm sure they were. But and I'm sure I could have gotten caught that way, but I don't care. I was that much of a fiend back then for that stuff that I don't care. You know, there was a crew that worked our store twice. And I really respected them. They weren't fucking around with like they were the one who inspired me. We were working one night, me and my friend Tom, you know, and I'll probably never ever see Tom again, but shout out to random Tom. If I ever see you again, Tom, I'll never forget you, Tom. You were my game store homie boss. He was my game store homie boss who really just didn't care about the game store at all. He only cared about us. He did not care about the game store because the game store was making lots of money. Well, the game store at the time was making a lot of money, like a lot of money off of kids. So none of us really valued the game store's morality or its money or its value. We had I think everybody who came there had no problem with just slipping discs out of the containers and walking away with them in their jackets and stuff like that. I think the soccer dads were doing that. I swear to God, there was no hesitation in robbing the GameStop because they were just wholesale profiting off of kids paying $60 a pop. It was like drugs for kids, kind of. It was insane. And so this crew worked our store twice. And the first way that they manifested was kind of interesting. They came in on the PlayStation 2 launch about a week before the PlayStation 2 launch. And they were like, we will pay you $250 to just bump us up the list. And we want like 5 or 10 PlayStation 2s. But like, you know, because we got homies who all want them and stuff. They were the drug dealer crew. I think they were probably triple triad, but I don't know. They were definitely Asian kids, and it's terribly racist to make that kind of assumption about them. But they had that kind of money, though. They had $3,000 or $4,000 to just toss down. They were young. They were our age, but they were like tossing down $4,000 for 10 PS2s and shit. So we're like kind of crazy. This like pill crew. I'm fairly sure they were the pill crew. I didn't know them. They were from across the city. But like, you know, this pill crew shows up. I'm fairly sure they were definitely a drug crew of some kind, and they're like, hey, we want to get fuzzy duzzy, you know, we want to get lovey dovey with a game store manager. And we're like, hey, cool, that's cool with us. What are you talking with? What are you looking for? Because we're like your drug dealer. We're like, yeah, that's cool to us. What are you looking for? And they're like, well, we know that you can't get us a PlayStation, can you? And we're like, no, fuck no. You're not getting a reservation. We've been given many orders by many people in many different ways. You can't get a PlayStation 2, no. And they're like, what if we give you $250 and an extra PlayStation 2 for yourself if you just bump us to the top of the fucking list and sell us 10 PlayStation 2s and bump the top 10 people on the list? And we were like, yeah, Tom and I, yeah, my best friend. who I won't say, we were like, yes. All three of us. Two of them were managers, and I was the lieutenant, or whatever you want to call it. They were the mob bosses, and I was the lieutenant. And then all three of us, come to find out later, all three of us said yes. We were getting stoned one night, and we find out later that all three of us had consecutively at solo different times done like hustles for these kids who were coming in and dropping a lot of money on brand new PlayStations and stuff. I think they mentioned that they were trying to play no, what was it? It was oh god, what is it? It's I can't think of it. There's a game they wanted to play, but I can't remember what it is. What is it? Oh, well, I'll think of it. So they would come sliding in through the phone. They would come in through the phone or the store, and if they were really doing business with us, they would come into the store. And so we knew who they were. And so the first couple of times that they showed, they paid. They gave us all consoles and stuff. I got my second PlayStation from them, and my first one red ringed and shit. They gave us all consoles for bumping them up. It was insane. They had this crazy drug money coming in. They didn't value money. They wanted the consoles. They were going to do anything to get it. So they just had us bump them on this list that was like sacrosanct. Those customers were not happy. We had to like take lectures and stuff, it was insane. But we bumped their reservations and made them wait like 2 weeks and shit. It was insane. Those people were fucking pissed. I remember it. They were fucking pissed, but we didn't care. We bumped like 10 people so we could sell the Asian Pill crew their fucking PS2s. So that same crew, they were hilarious. They were down to rob the game store like me. I don't think it had anything to do with money. I think it was just they were resentful of how much it cost them to do business with them. The same as I think everybody kind of resented how expensive it was to do business with GameStop. It was kind of insanely expensive. It was expensive from a young age, and we all kind of resented them. So the Pill crew shows up one night when Tom and I are sitting there, and they know that we like them, and they know that, and so my friend Tom, I hear this, and we're standing up in the front of the store. I hear this buzz go off. I'm not the only guy who likes to rob the game store, is where I'm going with this. I witnessed the robbery too. It was hilarious. So these kids, they had tied they tied their Jeep Wrangler. It was a Jeep Wrangler. We fucking saw it. Like my friend, he had to tell them what kind of car it was, or he would have lost his job. If he tried to protect them at all, he would have lost his job. He just had to act like they were random, and they wanted him to, I think, too. It was funny. So my friend Tom, who was about 10 years older than me, he goes out to the back of the fucking GameStop because he hears this buzzing. We hear this buzzing. And he goes to the back door. He's like, what the hell? Why is the back door buzzing? And he doesn't think about what it could be, which is a robbery. He just goes back there to look. He's thinking that he must not have done something to the door or something, right? And he opens the door, and there's 4 kids in masks there, and they've tied the back of the fucking door to the back of their Jeep Wrangler, and they popped the back of the fucking door of the GameStop off, and they ripped the back of their fucking Jeep Wrangler off of the fucking car. The car is now screeching off as my friend Tom opens the door. I hear the car screeching off as they're leaving. They made off with like 16 brand new PlayStation 2s. They were there to rob more PlayStation 2s for all their Asian Pill crew homies, I think, because they wanted like 50 PlayStation 2s, but we could only, even with corruption, we could only move 10 of them or something. They wanted like 50. They wanted like 50 PlayStation 2s, mainly because also on the street you could get like $3,000 for them, I think, too. So I mean, like, they wanted like 50 PlayStation 2s. They're not stupid, and I don't really blame them. I don't really blame them either. We were all kind of thinking about that same thing too. It was insane. They gave us PlayStation 2s for bumping the fucking reservation. Like 2 of the fucking 10 PlayStations that they bought were for us, and 4 were for their crew, and then the other fucking 4 were to sell to cover the whole cost of it, which they did. And they showed up the next day and they were like, yeah, we sold all the extra PlayStation 2s and we made like fucking 10 grand. We're here to beg you and pay you. We'll pay you $500 to sell us more PlayStation 2s. We'll pay you the whole value of the PlayStation 2 in cash. You don't need to take another PlayStation. They're like, we want the PlayStation. Sell us the PlayStation. And we're like, we can't. We don't have any. It's day 4 of the PlayStation 2 launch. We can't do it. So sure enough, like day 7, something like that, they come popping the fucking door. They rip their fucking bumper off the back of the goddamn Jeep. I witnessed the whole goddamn thing because my friend Tom is just standing there like an idiot with the door open. He's got our door to the store open. They've got the door popped completely, so there's just this whole air gap where the door used to be. So for the rest of the shift, Tom had to sit there for the if he wanted to keep his job. I forgot about this. Tom had to sit there in the open door. They like had to plastic it up, and they did crime scene tape, and they left a patrol there. It was just so stupid. And there was just a popped gap where the door used to be. It was so fucking stupid. And I saw the whole thing, and I heard the car screech off, but I was also the head cashier. He had me stay up front while he, as the manager, went back to go see what was going on. I'll never forget that. Not only was I was not the only one who robbed the game store either. Like, there was people in that fucking community that were resentful of the game store who did not mind robbing them, kind of. It was insane. Kind of like me. I didn't really mind robbing them either. I still sort of don't mind it. I wish I didn't do it. But, you know, it's because it's just one more fucking terrible thing that sends me to hell or whatever. But I also don't really mind it. They kind of robbed me too. You know, never did a crime that I didn't have to. That's Tupac. That's kind of how I feel about it. I didn't have to do that crime. But I mean, I wasn't going to miss the Dreamcast that they had got me addicted to. It's kind of like the heroin excuse. I wasn't going to not do it for the dope. You got me addicted to dope. You know? I wasn't not going to rob you for the dope. I'm addicted to dope. I wasn't going to be able to buy the Dreamcast. I was a poor kid. So I just did what I fucking had to get it. Because I didn't miss a goddamn console release. You understand? I didn't miss one. I never bought a Nintendo 8-bit, but I definitely bought a Sega Genesis and a Sega, what do they call them? Game Gear, and a Virtual Boy, and a Game Boy, and a Game Boy Advance, and a Super Nintendo, and a PlayStation 1, and a PlayStation 2, and a PlayStation 3, and a PlayStation 4, and an Xbox 360. Bought 4 of those. I bought 4 PlayStation 2s because they all red ringed. I had like 8 of these red ring on me for $300 to $700 a pop and shit. Console dealers are fucking rip-off artists. It's just, you know, after getting fucked by 2 black screen, I had already gotten fucked by that GameStop for 2 $729 fucking, you know, PlayStation 2s. The PlayStation 2 went for $729 at launch. People forget, but it did. I'll never forget it. It was $729. It was insane. It was just insane. And I went through 2 PlayStation 2s in my sophomore year. My best friend went through 2 of them too. We had 4 dead PlayStation 2s sitting there by the end of sophomore year, and we were like, "Fuck the game store, fuck Sony. We're gonna pay or lie or do what we have to random GameStops or game stores to trade in these burnt out PlayStations. We're gonna lie and cajole and cheat and steal to get these PlayStations traded in." We couldn't. We just couldn't get those PlayStations to run in a way that would get through a feasible used sale. We were trying to sell them at one point. And after that point, we were like, Jesus Christ, you took us for $3,000. It was easy for my best friend to protect me when you know, when it came around to them talking to the staff and stuff. It was easy for him to do it because he knew. They have fucked us for thousands and thousands of dollars when we were like not even when we were not even adults yet. We were minors. They fucked us so bad. They were predatory. It doesn't excuse it. It's 2 wrongs don't make a right. But I mean, like, I don't know, though. I don't really mind it that bad. They were up and doing business the next day. Within 2 days, the insurance had paid it, and the window was back. They had blood, but I wasn't in the system because I was a minor. So, like, you know, they had blood. They had my blood because I left blood on the counter. I cut my finger on the fucking counter and stuff. I punched a window, and I cut my... Or I didn't punch a window, but I crowbarred a window, and I caught my finger on the glass as I was smacking it. and it smashed my fingernail off, and I left blood all over the scene, but I was so young that my blood was not in the system. That didn't leave fingerprints because I had gloves, but I did leave blood and stuff. It was just kind of crazy, and like they were like, what the hell happened here? It was like a bloody massacre of a scene the next day. It was like, what the hell happened here? It's some kid addicted to the substance of video games, just willing to do whatever the fuck it is to keep doing it. It doesn't matter what it is, you know? It sucks. I wouldn't have murdered or raped anybody, but I probably would have done anything short of that. That's how much I cared about that. I was not going to be left out of generations. I was not going to get left behind, you know? You ever had something be cultural for you where you're like, I'm not getting left behind on this one, you know? One of my big regrets is, I've got several of them, is the bands that I've missed, like that I had tickets to. I had tickets to Metric. I still haven't seen Metric. I had tickets to Metric, and I've never seen Emily Haynes sing live. And I had a job that I couldn't lose at that time when I finally did buy my Metric ticket to see them after they were touring for their first album, whatever it is, Fantasies, I think. And I really shouldn't have missed that show, but I was like, well, it's either job or show. I wish I had taken the show. It's a big lifelong regret. I wish I hadn't missed Metric, you know? Fucking annoying. I did see Electric Six and Tool and stuff, but you know, I didn't see Metric. Fucking annoying. Now, I loaded this a long time ago, but you won't start the game, I guess. You're like acting weird. Yeah, I want you to like load this game. Yeah. It's getting towards bedtime. Maybe I'll have some sugar. I can't get my tab. Yes, I will have some ice cream. I'll be right back. I want to throw some peanut butter in this. At that time, it's a cultural thing, the game store robbery. I was listening to a punk band a lot called Against All Authority. Really great punk band, by the way. And also Suicide Machines. We're really Battle Hymn Republic and all this. Really strong oi oi punk bands and stuff about DIY stuff, and it really drums up the blood quite a bit. And they had taught me about a concept that I still sort of mess with, which is destroy that which destroys you. And oftentimes life just sort of comes down to that basics, you know, that basic scene. Destroy what destroys you. That game store was kind of destroying me at that time. It had taken me for $1,500 on burnt out fucking red ring PS2s that were worthless to me, and it left me with games that they had sold me that wouldn't play because I didn't have a console and all this. And it wasn't just the GameStop; it was also Sony and all these other entities and shit, all these software developers and all these other people and shit. And so, at that time, the GameStop had been kind of destroying me for like 4 years. You know, I was even working there, trying to rob it from the inside because it was just like culturally it was such a strong thing. And so then I just destroyed what destroyed me, and took them for far more than they ever took me for. And I've done this several times in my life. You know, it sucks, but I mean, you know, just destroy what destroys you. If they're gonna treat you like that, you just take it into your own fucking hands. Being strong enough like that, has taken me very interesting places in my life, you know? Being strong enough to do things like that have taken me very interesting places in my life. But I don't really recommend it. I see something, I go toe-to-toe with it. This is such a good game. Knuckles was such a cheater. He could just full-blown fly. What? I love the shield. You keep dying to this fucking block. What are you trying to do? What? Get a ring. Oh!
Found him. Not too bad. Huh? Who's there? What the? A ghost?
King Boom. King Boom Boo. Oh no. Fucking run! Chocolate ice cream. What does it say? Is it like a horror something? I just want Sonic Adventure. That's just what I wanted. I couldn't handle the idea of not having it. I wasn't going to miss out. Bruh. Anyway, we watched enough of it. Quite fun to watch, though. Wow, Sacred 2 was older than I thought. Let's look at Sacred 2. Maybe I should buy that. Woda Malone.
Hello everyone, I am Border, also known as Borderwise, and welcome to Sacred 2 Fallen Angel RPG commentary. And this is one of my favorite games of all time. I played this ages ago in my childhood, and what you're going to be seeing on screen here is basically just a road trip with a character I rolled specifically in this video. And it's just, well, we're just going to roll along. We're going to fight things in our way, and it's just going to be a good time while I ramble on about the history of this game, actually, and its studio. Or rather, just its studio, because, the main takeaway from this game...
This looks better than Path of Exile 2 to me.
It was ahead of its time in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
This is actually the game where it first introduced me to not only action RPGs, but open world games as well. And I've done it before. I've said before comparing this game to Diablo 4, which is also a much more recently made action RPG that is open world, technically. Although this one actually feels like an open world game because you can, you know, there's more world. There's more, there's a point to exploring. You get to see stuff. But anyway, let's read about Ascaron. Ascaron Entertainment was... emphasis on the past tense, a video game developer based in Germany. Founded as Ascon by Holger Flottmann in 1991 and later renamed in October 1996 due to the possible confusion with the Swiss company Ascon AG, the company produced titles primarily for the PC until it became insolvent in 2009. Background and history: Ascaron had its headquarters in Gütersloh, a town in western Germany. It had a development studio in Aachen, I don't know where that is, and an international office in Birmingham in the United Kingdom. Ascaron had a particular focus on strategy and management games. Among its early successes were the Patrician series, a trading simulation, and the On the Ball series, a soccer team management simulation. More recently, the company had developed games such as Port Royal, a pirate trading simulation game, Sacred, important note, an RPG, and Darkstar 1, a space combat simulation. Ascaron was also known for publishing or distributing many games from smaller developers and publishers. Examples of games distributed by Ascaron in the UK include King's Bounty, The Legend, Audio Surf, and several games in the Trackmania series. That actually rings off the bell. The company distributed games from other European publishers such as Noblus, Enterprise, and Focus Home Interactive. And here is the relevant part for this game right here. In April 2009, the company was unable to pay its debts and went into administration, citing the extended development time of Sacred 2 Fallen Angel as the reason. The company continued trading in the hope that a solution could be found, but was ultimately dissolved in July 2009, with Calypso Media purchasing many of the licenses and assets from Ascaron Entertainment, with the notable exception of the license for Sacred, which was acquired by Deep Silver, a German company. Gaming Mind Studios was then launched by Calypso and former Ascaron employees. 15 former Ascaron developers joined the Gaming Mind Studios. I'm going to open that in a new tab just to read that. As of April 2010, Ascaron UK was still in operation, acting as a distributor for other publishers. Customers include Paradox Interactive, and here is a list of games. And Sacred 2 Fallen Angel is the second from the last. World War One is the last game on the list. Presumably, just like it was the thing that just this game you're seeing right now, this open world RPG, killed a game studio, and it's never really sunk in before when I first played it just how much a game like this is. I know it's a little bit. How do you explain it? It's a little bit. Is a term for this? A slang term, but a term. Crunchy, I guess. Not crunchy. I don't know. It's like you can tell this game is old. This is over. It's like what's 20 months old? This is like 16 years old. It's aged very well in some ways. It's aged poorly in others. But it's still quite fun. I still recommend it. It's an underrated game. There are certain things about it that you absolutely that are like really annoying. The fact that you can't respec your characters is like probably going to be a deal breaker for a lot of people. But I tend to reroll characters a lot anyway, so respecing always feels like cheating to me. I don't know. I'm weird like that. And yeah. So let's read up on Calypso Media, because I haven't actually heard of them. Calypso Media. Calypso Media Group is a German video game developer and publisher, founded in 2006 in Worms, and that's the Worms? Oh no, it's a city, sorry. I thought it meant the video game series. The group includes 4 companies in Germany, the United Kingdom, and the United States.
Oh, there it is.
NS Studios,
Yay.
Realmforge Studios, Gaming Mind Studios, Claymore Game Studios, and 9 World Studios. Calypso is best known for publishing Tropico, Sudden Strike, Dungeons, and Railway
Tropico.
Empire. Let's see here. Let's look at the games here. Do anything ring a bell? Sacred 3, by the way, is a thing we don't talk about. We don't talk about Sacred 3. Let's read about Sacred 3 a little bit. Don't play Sacred 3. If Sacred 3 is apparently like absolute garbage, like don't even bother. So let's go here. Where is it? So Sacred Citadel is a side-scrolling action brawler. I played that. It's not very good. Sacred 3. Who did this? Who's responsible for this? Alright, developers was Keen Games. Publisher was Deep Silver. And let's see, reception. Oh, mixed. Yeah, because it wasn't the same thing at all. It's it's a hack and slash brawler, not an open world RPG, which is a crying shame. So yeah, this is a classic case of a game that does so many things well, and so many things it could have done better. So it was just like, it's the kind of game I end up playing.
Look how
again
cool that
because
mini-map
you can
is.
Feel it. You can feel how things could have been different and could have been better. By the way, what I'm playing with the community patch, which is like people recommended to me after other videos I put on this game up on the first channel. It's rather embarrassing that the one-off I did on Sacred 2 over on the other channel, it is over 1,000 views, and it's because it's got a scantily clad butt on it. Like, I think even one of the comments said, well, the clickbait got me, and I apologize for that. I'm not sure how to make this clickbaity. Probably just showing the character, this dark-skinned seraphim lady, basically with her baps out. That's probably going to feature in the thumbnail. So yeah, it's the thing about open world games and open world RPGs essentially. I have it on good authority, and I've said this before in other stuff I put on the internet. From my game developer sister, who has a degree in this kind of nonsense, this is literally the most time-consuming, most difficult, and most expensive kind of video game to make, and that makes sense that Ascaron was essentially killed by the development of this game. It's very sad, but you know, that's how it goes. They tried something beautiful and ambitious, and it just, well, it crippled them because the game didn't sell well enough to cover the costs of making it. And that's why, like, open world RPGs, they're quite rare, actually. You don't see them. I'm not sure, like, actually, I'm gonna look up, like, open world RPG. Open world type of video game design. Is there a list? Okay. Let's just Google it. List.
No, it's weird
of-
because he defaults to a normal, like, camera that you would do in Diablo 3, but no, he has a better camera than Diablo 3. It's better.
World RPG.
I would way rather play this game than Diablo 4.
Jeez. Category open world video games. Alright, so.
But it's gonna be, because it's multiplayer, it's actually, believe it or not, it's EAC. It's fucking EAC. It's so stupid. So, I mean, I can't buy this game. I want to buy this game. Add to my wish list, but only if it's like $3, because it's like, I can't afford to buy this game. It's fucking stupid.
Subcategories.
It's not that I can't afford to buy it. I would buy it. I can't afford it. It's that I can't afford to do the EAC. I'd rather just, rip it off.
Alright, so open world video games. There's a lot of them here, but,
It's got auto swing.
how? Alright, following 200 pages are in this category out of approximately 751 total.
Or no, I don't know if it has auto swing.
So, next page. Oh, there we go. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls Arena is on here. Interesting. Next page. Right, so RPG specifically...
This game's better than Path of Exile 2, and I'm sorry, but it is. I can see that it is.
are not showing up here a lot. Wait a minute. There's a few of them. There's more than I expected. I'm not sure how many of these count as RPGs, though. Alright, so 751 entries on Wikipedia. Let's go... What's a very popular game genre? Let's go list of roguelikes. List of roguelikes. Please let this be Wikipedia. There we go. Oh, I love Wikipedia so much. Well, almost dead. By the way, a melee build in action RPGs like this is generally never a good idea, and you shouldn't do it. So, this build currently is like very bare bones. I'm just going to walk up to enemies and hit them with a sword, which means that in comparison to other like builds which focus on ranged combat, gonna have a really hard time with this one. I'm gonna keep playing it like after I've uploaded this and everyone gets to laugh at how bad I am. So let's go look. Following is a list of roguelike games. It would be really nice if I could get a number here, but this is a long list. All right, so let's go with first. Right, so this is a long ass list. Is it 700? Hybrid roguelikes. Interesting. I think maybe it's just the like. Maybe I'm full of crap. I think a lot of people attempt open world games. I think it's hard to make a good one. Let's go with number of open world games made. Open world. Okay. Damn it. Damn it, why is no one counting them? Let's go all open world games PC. Right, alright, so the thing that shows up on Google, it like sources across the web. It has 42, so all roguelike. I'm going with roguelikes because a lot of like indie game studios and like first-time developers make roguelikes. All roguelikes on PC. Okay, 42 is just the number. Roguelike Steam Curator. I'm not getting that. Damn it! Why is research hard? You know what? Damn it. Boy. This commentary has gone to pieces. I thought I could research on the fly, but I cannot. Incidentally, if you're wondering where the destination is, I'm just like heading as far east as possible. I wanted to make it to the desert in this, and this is where Sacred 2 actually holds up to the whole open world thing, is that the first area you start in, if you so choose, you can bugger off like to the desert, and I think you can walk straight down to like the swamp as well. Maybe even like further around to like the island section of the map. And this map is huge, and it genuinely feels big. If I might rag on Diablo 4 for a bit, that map doesn't feel particularly big. It doesn't feel like Diablo 4 doesn't feel like worth exploring, but because I don't know, this one kind of does. Maybe I'm biased. Like, you have to remember that I view this game through like.
I am biased. I'm biased because it's a superior fucking game.
Really thick nostalgia goggles. Someone who's playing it for the first time would probably be like, what the hell is this crap? What is this nonsense?
No, the grass looks good.
You know what? I'm going to read up on the first game, Sacred. Let's go here, Ascaron. Let's go, where is it? Sacred, 2000. That was only 2004? Just 4 years later, Sacred 2 came out and killed the company. Alright, Sacred, which I've never played, by the way, I'm tempted now, is a 2004 action role-playing game developed by the German company Ascaron, we've talked about them, and published by Take-Two Interactive. It is set on the magical continent of Ancaria, with characters of various races, dark elf, vampiress, dwarf, etc., each with their own missions. 2 expansion packs were released for the game in 2004 and 2005. You remember when games could, like, have expansion packs released in the same year? You know, before they got, like, were always online and networked and had gigabytes worth of graphical assets which slowed the development down to a crawl. Yes, I'm salty about that. In 2008, Linux Game Publishing announced that they would port the game to the Linux operating system. Sacred was a commercial hit, with sales above 2 million units worldwide by 2009. It spawned the Sacred video game franchise and was followed by the sequels Sacred 2 Fallen Angel, Sacred Citadel, and Sacred 3. So, and there's a plot which I'm not going to read. Got average to good reviews, and it was a hit in the German market. It got an expansion pack. One was called Plus, free expansion pack. This is an era of gaming that, okay, no, it's not gone per se, you still get that. It's called updates now, and live gaming. Free expansion packs. Plus is a free expansion pack released in October 2004, adds 2 regions, monsters, quests, and items, and then Underworld adds 2 new characters, extends the story, and decently high scores. And Sacred Gold. There's a compilation released in August 2005. It contains the main game and the 2 expansions, and has a spin-off novel series. Yay! You know what? While we're just hanging out here, how much time do we have left? Plenty. It's sad to say the Wikipedia entry for Ascaron is quite short because they didn't last very long. They lasted, well, 1990. I literally just freaking read it. Like early, like 1991, was it? I could check that. I could check that, and I should check that. All right. Yep, 1991 and to 2000.
Quinfall, huh?
Is it live? Have we started? The largest 1,000 players trying to play your MMO that is supposed to be the big. So many different things that it's saying. Of course it's fine. Right? Says they're launching in. Like, I'm not worried about. That's a good one. Thank you for the follow. Absurd.
You didn't get to the game.
If you're holding on to some kind of hope that this game is not an actual scam and that maybe, just maybe, this is just, well, they underestimated having 2,000 players for their game because they thought no one would actually play it because of all the negative press around it. Well, freaking wait. Wait a month for this game to see what happens to it on Steam. Watch what happens. It has like a 20% like positive rate right now. 80% of players are saying that when they play.
I have no characters. Just curious.
anybody could have ever predicted. People were still looking for a different console experience. Where are my Atari Jaguar owners out there? God, that was terrible. That controller was like this big, and it had like 20 buttons on it that had no use whatsoever. But it seemed like Xbox had such a great eye for talent. They were so ahead of their time when it came to thinking about where the market was going to be going next. And every single move they made, it felt like it was for the players. Everything they did, it felt like it was for us. Every move was perfect. And the next move they made was even better. After the success of the original Xbox, Microsoft set their sights on something bigger, bolder, more innovative. They didn't just want to compete, they wanted to change the game. That vision culminated in the birth of the Xbox 360, a console that wasn't merely an upgrade from its predecessor, but a complete reimagining of what gaming could be. Unlike the original Xbox, which had been designed from off-the-shelf components, the Xbox 360 was built from the ground up, integrating cutting-edge hardware, software, and Xbox Live into the core experience. It wasn't enough for Microsoft to stand on common ground with its competitors like the PlayStation 2. They wanted to leap ahead. The Xbox 360 was designed to be 5 to 10 times more powerful than its predecessor, a console that could not only handle the demands of the current generation, but endure for a decade of gaming. Microsoft wanted the 360 to be more than a gaming machine. They wanted it to be a centerpiece of the entertainment world. Taking cues from the rising popularity of the iPod, the 360 added multimedia functionality that allowed players to download and play music, videos, and save pictures. You could listen to your favorite songs while playing a game. An unprecedented level of personalization. The Xbox 360 felt like it was made for gamers, offering an experience that extended far beyond just playing games. I still remember how the Xbox 360's dashboard added a completely new dimension to the user experience. It may sound strange now, but back then, being able to send quick messages, play music, or multitask while you were still playing a game felt like a revelation. It was a stark contrast to the previous consoles where we simply just put in a game and played it. That was it.
It was evolved.
The Xbox 360 did everything, and for the first time ever, it felt like it was truly the future. But perhaps the most transformative experience was the introduction of achievements. Suddenly, every game came with a built-in set of challenges to complete, goals to strive for, and more importantly, a score to compete against your friends. Achievements weren't just a game mechanic, it was a badge of honor. I remember comparing gamer score with my friends, renting games just to earn achievements and climb the leaderboard. Everyone wanted the bigger number. It was one of those rare moments where a small feature added immense replayability and a social connection to gaming that wasn't there before. The Xbox 360 hit the ground running, selling 2.5 million units in the first 90 days and over 84 million units over its lifetime. The console was an instant success. A big part of that success was its timing. By releasing the console before the PlayStation 3 and undercutting its price by $100, the Xbox 360 had a massive head start, while Sony, on the other hand, was struggling with their pricing and tone-deaf messaging, famously saying to consumers that we think that you would like to work more hours to be able to buy one. Microsoft ended up capitalizing on every advantage, securing their foothold in the market. Everybody was playing Xbox. There was so much going on inside the 360. Microsoft introduced the Xbox Marketplace, allowing players to digitally download games directly to their console for the first time. Although this was limited to smaller titles at first, it was mostly just indie titles, but this is the first time any console had embraced digital distribution on scale. It popularized titles like Jackbox Gaming, Alien Hominid, Castle Crashers, and more. The real star of the show, however, was Xbox Live. Building on the foundation of the original Xbox's online capabilities, Xbox Live became the gold standard for online gaming. Multiplayer games flourished on the platform, and the social aspect of gaming reached entirely new heights. Players weren't just gaming together, they were forming communities, bonding over shared experiences, chatting outside of lobbies, and creating memories that would last a lifetime. Friends that would last a lifetime. But the Xbox 360's journey wasn't without its setbacks. One of the most infamous moments in the console's history came in the form of the Red Ring of Death. Due to rushed production, cutting-edge proprietary hardware, and an ambitious timeline, the Xbox 360 suffered from severe hardware failures. Consoles were coming off production lines in less than 5 seconds, and many of them were defective. More than 600,000 units were stored in a warehouse waiting to be fixed, while Microsoft ignored the warning signs in an effort to beat Sony to the market and release before Christmas. The result, a near 100% failure rate among all consoles sold. Almost every Xbox 360 owner experienced the red ring of death at some point. It was a catastrophe. But in what would be a defining moment for the Xbox brand, Xbox responded with transparency and responsibility. They shut down production, identified the problems, and resumed manufacturing, offering no questions asked replacements and extending the warranty up to 3 years. It cost the company over $1 billion to fix, but they owned their mistake and regained the trust of their fan base. The remarkable thing is that players weren't angry at Microsoft because of the inconvenience. They were upset because they wanted to play more Xbox, and for good reason. Despite the hardware issues, the Xbox 360 thrived. The popularity of Xbox Live, the ease of development, and the growing library of iconic titles made it the platform of choice for developers and players alike. The release of Gears of War in 2006 marked a major turning point. The game was a visual masterpiece. It showcased the power of the Xbox 360, and its third-person, over-the-shoulder perspective set a new standard for the industry. It spawned countless lookalikes and iterations. If not for Gears of War, we may not have seen titles like Army of Two, Resident Evil 4, Uncharted, or The Last of Us. Then in 2007 came the release of Halo 3. The cultural phenomenon that was felt during Halo 2's initial release returned with a vengeance. In its first 24 hours, Halo 3 generated over $170 million in revenue, once again breaking the record for the biggest day in entertainment history. Halo 3 wasn't a game, it was an event, a celebration, a culmination of everything that Xbox had worked towards. I still to this day remember moments from Halo 3. I remember launch day, playing with my friends on Xbox Live, jumping into a Warthog, Halo theme kicks in, we're pinned down, low on ammo, ghosts hovering everywhere, we're out of grenades to take out the Wraiths, there's no more rocket launchers left. I gas the Warthog, fly off a cliff into the back of a Scarab, destroy the core, and jump out. Halo 3 had the power to create these insane moments that no games had. Every player has some type of recollection of the campaign that is completely different from the next player. I remember putting hundreds.
I remember the flood.
Into Halo 3's
The
PvP.
first time I ever
I
saw
still
the
remember
flood.
pride of
That
earning
was
the
memorable.
Hayabusa armor. It genuinely felt like gaming could never get better. The Xbox 360 era was one of innovation, community, and resilience. It's insane how far gaming went within the timeline of the Xbox 360. From the introduction of achievements to the rise of Xbox Live and unforgettable moments shared in games like Halo and Gears of War. Heck, we're not even scratching the surface of the games that came out like Fable 3, BioShock, Modern Warfare, Battlefield, and more. The console and its generation left an indelible mark on gaming history. It wasn't just a console, it was a movement that redefined what it meant to be a gamer and connected gamers in ways that were previously unimaginable. The Xbox 360 wasn't perfect. It had its missteps and its challenges, but its legacy today remains one of triumph, creativity, and unwavering commitment to the gaming community. It was more than just a machine. It was the beating heart of a generation. And I truly believe that. I really do. Go ask anybody about the Xbox 360 era and you are sure to fill them with nostalgia. Because it's just that good. It was just that great. It had the best games, the best controller, the best console, the best online experience. Mind you, I didn't play on PC, but I was damn happy to hand that money over to Xbox after seeing what my friends on PlayStation were dealing with. I went through 12, no kidding, 12 Xbox 360s because of the Red Ring of Death. I didn't get out of the Red Ring cycle.
Yeah, you hear
until
it?
they
You hear the
finally
story?
sent me I think it was Xbox 360 Elite, the black
Yep,
one.
the Elites.
Every single time they would send me a console, it would come with a new controller and Xbox Live. I don't think I paid for Xbox Live or a game for years because of the fact they kept sending me all of this stuff. No company would stand up the way that Xbox did with all of their issues with quality. The Xbox 360 was just so good. And it's largely the reason why I got a job at GameStop when I was a kid because, well, I wanted to be more a part of that community because that's what they created. That's the feeling that they created. I wanted to know and meet more Xbox 360 players. I wanted to be there for every single midnight launch and tournament, and I did, and it was great, and it was some of the best moments of my life. It was so much fun. But that's what they had to do. They had to have that developer-first mentality to fill that console with some of the greatest games and some of the best talent you've ever seen in gaming. They had to create that community experience to lift themselves and separate themselves from Nintendo and PlayStation, who had already created their own empires. That's what they had to do to succeed. And it worked because they really were doing it for us. And it was an insane experience because we knew they were doing it for us. You never felt more appreciated as a customer. But today, my friends, that is where nostalgia ends and this story turns its page. Sadly, because once they reached that peak, once they gathered that community and created that core audience, it wasn't enough. Once they tasted that success, they needed more. We weren't enough anymore. And this is where it's all downhill from here. At the height of Xbox 360's success, the brand was riding high. Microsoft had done the impossible. They had overtaken Sony's PlayStation, won over gamers, and cemented themselves as a major success within the gaming industry. Under the leadership of Peter Moore, Xbox had gone from an outsider to a titan. However, in 2007, Moore left to join EA Games, believing his work at Xbox was complete. In his place, Don Mattrick, the former CEO of EA, stepped in. Mattrick, at the helm, had a vision for Xbox that shifted dramatically, and it wasn't long before the cracks started to show. Mattrick's vision for Xbox wasn't momentum from the Xbox 360, he wanted to take it even further. No longer was the goal to sell 30 million units, it was to sell 300 million units. In order to achieve this, Mattrick believed that they needed to go beyond gaming and tap into a broader and more casual audience. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? The shift in focus became clear when Microsoft began integrating movies and television into Xbox Marketplace. Xbox already had a pivotal role in popularizing Netflix by introducing the streaming service to living rooms across the world, but Mattrick wanted more. However, the release of the Nintendo Wii in 2006 threw Xbox off course. The Nintendo Wii introduced motion controls that were a massive hit with casual gamers and families. Suddenly, everyone from parents to kids were playing motion-controlled games. Wii bowling, you know it. And Xbox found itself on the outside looking in. Frustrated that Microsoft hadn't anticipated this trend, Mattrick pushed the company to develop its own motion sensing technology, enter the Kinect, a revolutionary device that allowed players to control games with their body movements, no remotes required. Now, while the Xbox Kinect was successful early on, selling over 6 million units in the first few months, it even found some applications in the medical field, pushing motion capture technology years ahead in development, but it failed to resonate with Xbox's core audience of gamers. This started a trend that would culminate in 2013. Microsoft and Xbox had built a loyal fan base. They had already captured a significant share of the gaming market, and they were standing toe-to-toe with PlayStation. They were poised to make a triumphant leap into the next generation with their upcoming console, the Xbox One, but what should have been a crowning moment turned into one of the most tone-deaf and disastrous reveals in gaming history.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Xbox One.
TV experience. TV and movies. TV. Xbox. Watch TV. TV. Watch TV. TV remote.
In May of 2013, Microsoft took the stage to unveil the Xbox One. But instead of focusing on gaming, the presentation was almost entirely about movies and television. Mattrick and his team pushed features like TV integration, voice controls, and Kinect functionality, positioning the Xbox as the ultimate entertainment hub. Gaming was treated as an afterthought, which left most of the core audience of gamers scratching their heads wondering what's going on. What they wanted was a gaming console, but what they were being offered was a glorified cable box that happened to play video games. As if that wasn't bad enough, the Xbox One would be sold at a hefty $499, $100 more than Sony's PlayStation 4, which launched at $399. The price hike was largely due to the mandatory inclusion of the Xbox Kinect, a feature that most Xbox fans didn't want or need. On top of this, Xbox also introduced strict DRM policies that would prevent players from trading in or sharing games with friends. And consoles were required to always be online to even function. And what was Xbox's response when players asked what they should do if they didn't have access to reliable internet?
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. So stick with 360. That's your message. If you don't,
Well,
if you don't like it.
if you have zero access to the internet, that is an offline device.
It was a flippant remark that seemed to completely disregard the needs of their customers and only further damaged Xbox's reputation. Meanwhile, Sony capitalized on those missteps in a single ad, demonstrating how easy it would be for you to share games on PlayStation 4.
This is how you share your games on PS4. Thanks.
When the Xbox launched in November of 2013, the damage was already done. The Xbox One cratered in comparison to the PlayStation 4, which had already became now the go-to console for gamers. In the months following, the gap between the two consoles widened, and over the course of their lifetimes, the PlayStation 4 would outsell the Xbox One 2-1. What started as a race turned into a blowout. The Xbox One's problems didn't just end with hardware and pricing issues. The company's shift away from gaming and towards entertainment left its game lineup lacking, and they totally mishandled most of their IPs. Flagship franchises like Halo and Gears of War struggled to maintain the momentum they had during the Xbox 360 era. Without Bungie at the helm, Halo 4 paled in comparison to its predecessors, and while Gears of War remained stable, it wasn't enough to carry the console. Xbox no longer was a platform known for exclusive titles. During the entire Xbox One generation, 343 Studios, who took over for Bungie, continued to fumble the franchise. Halo 4 and 5 were met with mixed receptions, tarnishing the legacy of the title. They didn't even release the Master Chief Collection, which merely was just an upscaling and re-rendering of the first Halo games, without it being a broken and buggy mess. The collection stayed in that state until Xbox released the game on PC, and then 343 went and fixed the issues. Outside of indie hits like Ori and the Blind Forest or Sunset Overdrive, Xbox failed to deliver the kind of exclusives, those must-play titles that would drive up their console sales. Meanwhile, PlayStation was pumping out critically acclaimed exclusives like Uncharted, Bloodborne, The Last of Us, and Horizon Zero Dawn. Most of the biggest multi-platform games were also available on PlayStation, making it difficult to justify owning an Xbox One, especially at its price. The Xbox One was so bad that it ruined my love for gaming at the time. They got what they wanted from me. I started using the thing to watch TV more than anything else because there wasn't anything to actually play on it in the first place. 9 times out of 10, I was playing NHL games from EA at the time, and while I'm a big hockey fan, I was just doing it to pass the time. None of their games interested me. They sucked that love for gaming straight out of me. And they did it to a lot of other people. They ruined that sense of community. They ruined that brand integrity and that loyalty that we once felt. You know, one of the things that I didn't bring up and I think is really important is that because they wanted to push the Kinect so hard, because they were so obsessed with casual audiences and competing with Nintendo and their Wiimotes, they made Lionhead Studios, the makers of Fable, work on Kinect games to the point where every single Kinect game they made came out and failed, and ultimately they shut down the studio. They were so blinded by progress and capturing those casual audiences that they forced their developers to work on games that they didn't want to the point that they had to close the studio. It's disgusting.
It's good, and you're a man.
Remember, this is a company that started out with players and developers first. See how quickly that turned. All of a sudden, that core audience wasn't enough anymore. Making a console for game developers wasn't enough anymore. Those weren't their concerns. They figured they already had that in the bag. Who needs to worry about that anymore? And the thing is, they have kept that mentality. It hasn't changed. Because every single time Xbox has gotten themselves into trouble, they have only tried to buy themselves out of it. Now, one of the more intriguing developments that happened during the Xbox 360 era is the introduction of Xbox Game Pass. This monthly subscription service was initially attached to your online Xbox Live account, giving you access to a growing library of first-party titles and select third-party titles. At first, the offering felt kind of lackluster because for us long-term players who have been playing Xbox for years, we already owned their major titles. However, Xbox Game Pass had an ace up its sleeve, which was day one early access to first-party games, meaning that for a modest monthly fee, players would be able to experience the major releases without spending hundreds of dollars annually and buying all these different games. Now, with the early success of Game Pass, Microsoft began to push the idea of affordability even further, and it became the central idea for their next generation of consoles, the Xbox Series S and Series X. Microsoft took a two-pronged approach. The Series S was the lower-power, digital-only console that was at an affordable price point, while the Series X was a premium gaming experience with cutting-edge performance at a higher price. This strategy was significant because it gave players options depending on their budget, and with Game Pass in the mix, the Series S became the inexpensive gateway to a vast library of games. It's important to note that during the reveal of the new Xbox consoles, Microsoft focused heavily on games and gaming experiences, contrasting the missteps that they had with the Xbox One, where entertainment took the center stage. While the Xbox Series S and Series X were still maintaining that media functionality from the Xbox One, the focus appeared to be back to where it belonged, on gaming. However, in reality, these consoles were designed with Game Pass in mind, not necessarily great games, the one thing that players wanted. Microsoft was no longer selling hardware or software, they were selling a service. The Xbox Series consoles launched the same week as the PlayStation 5 in November of 2020, but both companies face significant production issues and availability due to the ongoing pandemic and silicon shortages. Despite these challenges, Microsoft still ended up making quite a lot of money and selling a lot of consoles because the Series S worked to their favor. It didn't use a lot of that newer technology that was going into the Series X. This gave Xbox an early edge in terms of availability. However, as the pandemic subsided, well, production ramped up, the PlayStation console started to fly off the shelves again, and Xbox's lack of compelling games became a glaring problem. While Sony launched the PlayStation 5 with highly anticipated titles like the remake of Demon's Souls, Xbox's first-party lineup was lackluster by comparison. The best game available for the Series X on launch was Gears of War 5, which had already been released in the previous generation. Once again, Xbox found itself in a position where it simply didn't have the games to compete. Microsoft knew they were falling behind in terms of exclusive titles. Their homegrown studios were struggling to produce any must-play games, and PlayStation's library was continuing to grow, and Nintendo was dominating their own market with the Switch. In an attempt to correct the course, Xbox made a bold move in 2020, purchasing ZeniMax Media for $7.5 billion. That acquisition brought with it Bethesda Game Studios, Arcane Studios, id Software, Machine Games, and Tango Gameworks, and along with them, iconic franchises like The Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Doom, and more. The ZeniMax purchase was about more than just acquiring beloved franchises. It was about fueling Game Pass. With Bethesda's catalog now under Xbox's umbrella, Game Pass suddenly became a much more attractive offer. Titles like Elder Scrolls and Fallout were huge additions to the service, bolstering Xbox's lineup at a time they desperately needed it. However, as time passed, Xbox's releases continued to disappoint. Despite the glowing additions to their studios, the games that were arriving lacked the quality or the frequency to satisfy their audience. Instead, the company's messaging increasingly centered on Game Pass and xCloud. The latter being the promise to make games accessible on any device, and I think that's their exit strategy. While these initiatives are certainly innovative and forward-thinking, they're not addressing the immediate desires of gamers. Players want games, not services. Nothing exemplifies Xbox's struggles more than the release of Halo Infinite. When Halo Infinite launched in December of 2021, it was met with mixed reception. While players definitely enjoyed the multiplayer mode during its beta phase and the campaign seemed to return to its roots with the help of Halo's original story writer, the full release was plagued with missing features, bugs, and broken promises. The game lacked campaign co-op and forge mode, both which were staples of the original franchise, and then were turned into promises that would be a part of their live service roadmap. Players were especially frustrated by the absence of co-op because that's a standard feature that it has our fondest memories. It's the reason why we play Halo games. For a series that built its legacy on LAN parties and split-screen multiplayer, the game that popularized online gaming for consoles to not have these features is beyond incompetent. It's offensive to the fans of the franchise. Never mind the fact that they completely ignored the rising popularity of Battle Royale games. The multiplayer beta was actually the full release, and they offered one of the saddest live service packages possible. In a game where players are used to earning skins and colors through gameplay, the progression system was the battle pass. They charged outrageous pricing for color sets and armor sets. The game lacked any self-expression, something that was initially promised by the developers.
We're not going to let any other players circumvent that by purchasing it out of the storefront.
A lot of our stuff is unlocked through playing the game and only through playing the game.
How do you ruin Halo? How do you ruin one of the most recognizable and famous franchises in all of gaming? The franchise that quite literally created the modern gaming, online gaming sphere that we have today. It is what popularized online gaming on consoles. How do you let 343 do what they've done for over a decade? How do you give money to a TV studio to make a show about Halo with Master Chief crying in a shower? Naked. What's wrong with you? How are you this incompetent? I was the biggest Xbox fan. I still have a bag in my closet that I used to use to carry around my Xbox and take it to my friend's house for LAN parties or just hook up on Wi-Fi or take it on trips. I have this beautiful, absolutely beautiful Marcus Phoenix statue. Look how highly detailed and gorgeous this thing is. They don't make them like this before. Actually, they don't make them at all anymore. Don't you guys miss when we used to get things like this when we pre-ordered games? What happened to that? I'm gonna blame it on Xbox. I was so over them when I saw that they released Halo Infinite without couch co-op. It was almost an expectation of mine that they would screw things up that monumentally bad. I remember watching Angry Joe review the game with his friends sitting in the background. That is so weird. That's so weird. What is wrong with you? I think that Don Matrick was a marketing hire. I think that it was a part of their executives' idea of what they wanted for the future of the brand, and the future of Xbox, was to brush away the core audience because they wanted to do what all the rest of the executives wanted to do across the entire industry, and that was chase people that weren't playing video games. Stupid. Beyond stupid. It's just like that Steve Jobs quote. It's when the marketing minds take over and the people that were making the products, your engineers, your visionaries, aren't making the decisions anymore. Because those people care about the perspective of the player, the perspective of the user. They care about what kind of quality they're delivering to them. Xbox isn't interested in that anymore. They're only interested in selling a service. The Xbox Series continued to have issues with releasing impactful first-party titles ever since its launch. However, at the beginning of 2023, it seemed like the company was starting to trend in the right direction. Not only did their showcase feature titles that players could get excited for, like Starfield, Redfall, and Fable, but at the end of their presentation, they shadow-dropped a game onto Game Pass called Hi-Fi Rush by Tango Gameworks, one of the studios that was acquired in their acquisition of ZeniMax. Hi-Fi Rush was an instant hit. While the game didn't break sales records, Game Pass users loved it, and it was a major success critically, a big win for Xbox, but ultimately would end with the studio being closed because even though people liked it, it wasn't enough from the perspective of Xbox's sales projections. Xbox's next release would come in the form of one of the most confusing and garbage releases we've seen in modern gaming, Redfall, a co-op live service looter shooter made by Arcane Studios who's critically acclaimed for their single-player Sims. And it flopped. The game was broken, buggy, unentertaining, and ultimately yielded nothing in sales as players weren't interested in it. The game was developed under Xbox. They asked Arcane to make a live service game. The studio could barely hold any employees because nobody wanted to work on the game, and ultimately Xbox's pressure led to an unimaginative, generic, sloppy mess that nobody was interested in. And as a result, Xbox closed the studio. Next came Xbox's most anticipated game of the year, Starfield, launching in late 2023 as Bethesda's first single-player game since Fallout 4 in 2015, their first new IP in 25 years. With Bethesda's huge name in gaming, fans waiting for years, still players modding and playing older Bethesda titles, Todd Howard made some bold promises about the game, and the marketing build-up just led to even more anticipation. Hell, even Baldur's Gate 3 moved their launch date to avoid Starfield affecting their sales, if they only knew. When Starfield finally released, critics gave it pretty decent reviews, but the players hated it. Todd Howard's famous quote of "It's not how you launch, it's what it becomes" highlights a mindset that ultimately leads to games like this, as Bethesda isn't too concerned about delivering a polished product on day one. Beyond the bugs, the game just simply didn't live up to expectations. The characters and the story felt dull. The exploration, a hallmark of Bethesda games, was lacking. After all of the build-up, Starfield just felt like a game that could have came out a decade earlier and still struggled to measure up to Mass Effect. With Xbox's failure stacking up, studios closing down, Xbox yet again returns to their checkbook to try to fix their internal issues by acquiring Activision Blizzard King in October of 2023. This is the biggest acquisition in video game history, and by extension, through their other acquisitions over the years, they are now the biggest gaming publisher in the entire world. The biggest impact of this purchase wasn't felt through the players, it wasn't the value they were bringing to us, it was the value that they were bringing to their shareholders, as Activision Blizzard now reportedly makes up to more than half of Xbox's quarterly revenue. I think that this is the best time to start pointing out the lagging indicators that we saw in Xbox's history and why I think that they don't have the mindset internally to make games of value. I want you to keep in mind that this company has always had a buy yourself out of your problems mentality. They do nothing to fix their own house. Their first thought when getting into the gaming industry was to buy out Nintendo because they were having problems creating the first Xbox, and we need to be thankful that they laughed them out the door. Their studios have failed. While Flight Sim and Forza remain solid franchises, they aren't the kind of games that Xbox needs to manage. They don't need to radically change to be able to hold interest. Throw on a new paint job, send it back out there. They're effectively the same as sports games. Gears of War has held its own, but with the change in characters and identity with Gears 4 and 5, it just doesn't have the same impact as earlier entries, and to be honest with you, younger generations of gamers, I just don't think they're interested in this title. Xbox has let 343 destroy their Mario, their Sonic, their iconic mascot and Master Chief, and turn a once-beloved franchise, mind you, a franchise that created the online gaming console experience that we have today, into an obscure title that only a handful of dads care about. They drove away and closed down the studio behind Fable. The only real victories that Xbox has had is Hi-Fi Rush, a game that was in development before Xbox acquired ZeniMax, and while I enjoyed Grounded, Xbox doesn't really have a lot of influence on the direction of Obsidian. They keep buying their way out of issues and doing nothing to repair any of the issues beneath. This is a company who can't manage their own studios and only seeks to feign care for their customers and buy their way out of their problems. Just like with Xbox's recent move to rebrand 343 as Halo Studios, I don't see any reason to be optimistic. It's still the same studio, the same employees, and while the studio's leadership has changed, Xbox hasn't changed. It's still the same people who have sat there watching while the Halo franchise has devolved from an industry leader pushing the medium forward into an armchair discussion about how games used to be. And this is all because their vision has changed. It's not about the developers or the players delivering value to their customers, it's about the profits and their desperate run to become the most established games as a service company in the industry. They want to be the Netflix of gaming. They have systematically acquired some of the biggest studios in a bid to corner the market to that end, consolidating the industry to the point where we are staring down the barrel of a gaming dystopian nightmare. Game Pass is the illusion of affordability. We've all seen this play out before. That's the reason why it bothers me while nobody's talking about this. Netflix gained market dominance because it was the most convenient and affordable option on the market. Then, as years went on, it grew in price, they gained tiers, they started putting ads into it, and Xbox is doing the exact same thing. Xbox Game Pass started out as a free option that was just included with your Xbox Live subscription. Then they came out with Ultimate, which gave you the ability to use it on PC. Now, you have Xbox Core, Xbox Standard, and Xbox Ultimate, and now they all have tiered access to different games, and you can only get day one releases on Xbox Ultimate. Soon, we're going to start seeing xCloud come out, and you better bet there's going to be a price hike if you want access to xCloud, so you can access your games on any device, anywhere, anytime. And then with that will come speeds and quality. You want 1080p? You want 1440p? You want 4K? Well, you're going to have to pay extra for those. That's how this works. And then they're going to start putting in ads inside of your games. And if you don't want the ads, well, you shouldn't be on Standard or Core. You need Ultimate or Mega Ultimate or Super Mega Ultimate. Those games you get to play before they're even imagined. They will continue to come out with features, come out with barriers, fabricated things that didn't exist before, and start making you pay for things that you otherwise got for free before. And ultimately, they're going to make it where by buying up all these studios and all of these publishers, it's going to be the main place to get your games. And you won't have a choice. And what if I told you that that's not even the worst part of all of this? What's worrying is what it means for the quality of games that we're going to see in the future and what kind of games we're going to even have access to. Baldur's Gate 3's lead and the owner of Larian Studios spoke to this during the debacle of Ubisoft's CEO, saying that we need to wait for gamers to get comfortable not owning their games, saying, whatever the future of gaming looks like,
can lead to all kinds of unpredictable consequences. We're finding ways.
No one's exempt with deviation from that out.
It's not proud. You must.
Come on, Meta. Take the butterfly.
Interesting. No, don't. No. I like that. This is how I used to do it too.
Skull and Bones is coming to Steam on August 22nd, and this is also the release day of the third season. Now, as is the case with most delayed Steam releases from Ubisoft, they will likely be offering a special price to encourage players to get into the game. Yes, the game does require an active internet connection at all times, and unfortunately, yes, the Ubisoft Connect launcher is required as well. Now, Skull and Bones is sometimes incorrectly referred to as an MMO. This is not true. A server can only accommodate a maximum of 20 players each, and there is, thankfully, no forced PvP. It is completely optional, though progressing the game will be more efficient if you occasionally participate in some PvP events. Still, the question remains, how enjoyable is this game for solo players? For that, let me tell you the gameplay loop. The game is primarily about sailing pirate ships and doing spawn events over and over again, and you do spend almost all of your time on deck, navigating the open seas, gathering materials, battling other ships, and completing missions. You can get off your boat, but only in a very limited capacity. Mostly when you're talking to NPCs, there's no real exploration or combat on foot. Ship combat is probably the best part of this game. It is arcadey, but still fun. Keep in mind that in this game, you need blueprints to make pretty much anything, and to get those, you often have to level up your reputation, or as it's called in this game, infamy. This means a lot of grinding. At a certain point, you start managing things like manufactories, which passively generate currency for you. Now, the game is actually very playable on your own. Some of the big bosses strongly encourage you to get some extra help, but as far as I know, based on the Season 3 patch notes, they are making that more solo-friendly as well. And there is a call for help option, if you don't mind some occasional help. Seasonal resets exist, but it's not as extreme or harsh as in other games. Your inventory, ships, gear, vanities, silver and more carry over and are not reset. One of the game's currencies, called Pieces of 8, get reset to 300,000, but if you just remember to spend your extras at the end of each season, then you should be fine. Owned manufactories get reset too. You can reacquire them as a solo player in the next season. There are 4 main currencies in the game. Silver is your basic currency, used for most in-game items and basic cosmetics. Pieces of 8 is a higher tier currency, and you can only earn this by playing the game. It's used for mid-tier items, cosmetics, and upgrading your empire. Sovereigns is a top-tier currency and is earned based on how many pieces of 8s you have accumulated. It's used for high-end items and premium cosmetics. Gold is the premium currency, and it is the only one that you can buy with real money. It's only for purchasing top-tier cosmetic items and doesn't affect gameplay. The Pieces of 8 are the only currency that gets reset seasonally. Silver, sovereigns, and gold, all of these carry over indefinitely. There is a season pass, but it's just cosmetics. Everything gameplay related is on the free track, so if you're into the arcade ship combat and gameplay loop that can be both addictive and repetitive, you should not be concerned about playing solo. Leave a like if it was helpful, and I'll see you next time.
Our rallying cry is best naval combat game ever.
Stop right there and take a seat. Who are you? I'll be asking the questions here, Pepe. Did you lure the Black Flag fans out here so you could plunder their booty? I just want to know who. Do you remember sending a message saying Skull and Bones is a quadruple A game? Man, I just want to know who. Did you say that it's worth $70 because it's big and done? Did I ask you a question, boy? You sick fuck. This game isn't even half the game that Black Flag is. I'm Fleek Hansen. One last question. When you said none of us can own the games anymore, did you mean that because no one's buying these games anymore? 60? 9? Well, 99. You know, Ubisoft's a very special company because they've seemingly bored their fan base into making fun of them. In fact, I'm living proof. I'm writing this script right now while I'm floating 5,000 meters to another fetch quest. Skull and Bones is coming out next week, so I tried their open beta, and my final thoughts are they ought to close it down, pimp, now. This game's so bland, I don't even have an insult that I can throw at it that's worse than its mere existence. They spent 10 years to make a game that's already more outdated than Black Flag. Shit, maybe that's where the name came from. This game started as a Black Flag expansion, and for 10 years it's been decomposing into its final form, Skull and Bones. Skull included in the base game and Bones sold separately in the Booty Battle Pass. I should have known this was Big Bill in the launch trailer. You know the last game that had Big Bill in the trailer? Diablo 4. It's the mark of the bill, pimp. I wish you could see the truth. And before you start yapping, this game isn't even out yet, and I'm already sick of it being called a victim of fans' expectations. Saying people expected Black Flag and that's why they think this game is bad is exactly goddamn correct, because people expected a pirate game, and Black Flag is the best pirate game we have. Fuck Sea of Thieves. They figured there was no way Ubisoft would take 10 years to make something worse. But lo and behold, what we got instead was an over-monetized, always online gateway drug to becoming a military document leaker. All they had to do was this.
Gateway drug to being a military document leaker. Don't step on Snack. Military document leaker. Oh no.
90% of what made Black Flag great and replacing it with a generic RPG grind that's akin to life support. It keeps you just alive enough, but you never get to live. Pirating this game is better than playing this pirating game, allegedly. For starters, the ship combat here is a step back off of a mountain from Black Flag. Now, I will say I like some of these new weapons. They have some fun ideas here. Torpedoes, flaming mortars, rockets, flaming Vefis. But I'm afraid that's about all the love I have for this game. On the flip side, why can I no longer warm the globe by 5 degrees with every ship battle? Why does my ship have stamina? Why did you just say it's because of the crewmates? Where did I get this gun? Why are the storms and high tide way more lively in a game from 10 years ago? And I gotta get this off my chest. Why the hell would you remove the arch in favor of a shotgun reticle? It's just not natural. Neither is replacing the mortar scope with a grenade launcher reticle. I mean, where do you get these ideas? What do you think this is, a fucking thumper? Are you really gonna make me break out the protractor? More importantly, though, boat combat has lost all the flow that it once had. In Black Flag, you could hip-fire hotshot, lob the mortars, use an LB, pop some fire barrels off the posterior, hold Y for the swivel cannons, and then use LT and RT to fire the broadside cannons. You always had another attack that you could deploy right after the last one, and there were multiple buttons working together in a symphony. Here we got that rigor mortis flow. Dead and stiff. I gotta hard scope the hell out of these boats because almost all attacks run through LT and RT. Then I gotta rotate the ship every time I gotta swap weapons because I'm waiting on the fucking cooldowns. No! Screw it, I'm running a RAM-only build. This is just too goddamn clunky. And maybe it feels better once I do enough milk runs to unlock the purple cannon. But I don't intend to find out because my final fetch quest is fetching a refund and a pack of cigarettes, and I'm never coming back. That's at least 20 more hours of enduring this boat combat, and only this boat combat because they decided to make a pirate game with no enemy shipboarding, no on-land exploring, no cutlass dueling, and the only guns are the ones in this awkwardly placed mid-combat cutscene. Which is a real shame because in Black Flag, every time you fight a ship, what you look forward to the most is that moment where you swing on board, climb up onto those top ropes, fall off those top ropes, and Alt F4 out of the game. Or try to clear the ship using only the swivel cannon. Or maybe you park off to the side, jump off your boat, hop onto theirs, clear it, and then do an auto capture. God, I'm just getting a chubby just thinking about it. In Skull and Bones, you get this. First time I saw this, I started the goddamn Black Flag download right then. Where's the payoff? You can't even repair your ship anymore after you successfully
started the Black Flag right then.
Long cooldown. Ubisoft is incapable of making fun gameplay decisions these days. They're allergic to them. And to that point in Black Flag, outside of the boat combat, you had loads of landlocked debauchery that kept the boat combat feeling fresh. Go out there and catch some new pirates, kill some new pirates, go wrestle a gator, go LARP as a Florida man, get lost on the sandy knoll just doing headshot after headshot after headshot after headshot. And you could do so much more, but I'm trying to finish this up so I can go back to Space Dam. In Skull and Bones, your non-boat combat related side activities are this. And I don't know why I made it sound like there's gonna be more, that's it. And fair enough, this whole game is boat combat. I'll throw in the thrilling plundering activities because I'm a generous guy. I'm a man of the people, a giver. The actual plundering in the plundering missions is relegated to a mere cutscene. Once again, as soon as I pull up Black Flag's forts, what are we doing here, Goofy Goofy? So to make a long story short, basically Ubisoft forgot what a pirate is. And that's even more evident in the little bit of story I listened to before I cut that shit off. If I wanted to watch a dead-eyed sociopath talk, I'd just watch one of my own videos. I like how they try to make the pirate sound just or moral in the intro.
The dawn of capitalism, when corporations as mighty as nations rule the seas, dominate the world's valuable trade routes. With an iron fist, they forge a path of tyranny and exploitation.
Whereas Black Flag starts with you killing a man, stealing his identity, and proceeding to leave a trail of collateral damage because you want that booty. Things were simpler then. This game is a master of occupying your time without ever providing a single remarkable experience. Yet still, you just can't escape it. Because once you get the green cannons, the purple cannons beckon you. My purpose is the purple cannon. I must get the purple cannon. 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 Ah, yeah, we lost this poor bastard some time back. You've been like this for decades there. Shut off the servers to some game before he could get the purple cannon or something. Broke the poor bastard. Game didn't even make it 3 years. Man, nah, that's bullshit, man. What I really heard that broke the guy was that they added a bunch of budget-cut broads to the broadside, then remade that Leave Her Johnny shanty and made it shit. Oh, what about him? You don't go worried about him, boy. He had no mind to lose in the first place. That right there's a fan of Assassin's Creed. Thanks to the flock of pimps for booty back in this video, and another huge thanks to all the pimperers for funding my spaceship to Space Dam. We're getting tropical in the next one. I'll see you in Space Saigon. Warning, this video contains spoilers. When I was a kid, I loved the Ezio trilogy. Never got to playing Revelations, perhaps due to my distaste for endings because they cause sad emotions. And sad emotions were something I had to leave at the door upon joining the Sigma male support group. Regardless, I always said that Brotherhood was my favorite Assassin's Creed.
You are not a Sigma male.
Getting around to playing Black Flag this month after years of neglect, I say with great remorse that Brotherhood is no longer the best in my eyes. I'm sorry.
Hey, you.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag is a yard-hard, shiver-me-tea simulator that provides lethal doses of dopamine and nostalgia, 10 chain-killed enemies at a time. This game is pure fun at the expense of any challenge at all. Combat is simply a matter of YXXXXYXX, and yet the whole campaign goes by faster than just 5 hours of Odyssey or Origins. With naval combat that perfectly captures both moments of intense battle and moments of calm commute between one destination and another. They did it so good, in fact, that after the developers saw people enjoyed the boats that much, they decided to turn the whole goddamn franchise into an open-world RPG. And no, that's not a joke. That's literally the reasoning they gave in an interview for why they massacred my boy. What the fuck? You play as Ed, with no Ed already, as they probably died because killing everything you love is something this game's story really enjoys doing. Ed couldn't care less about the Creed either. He's all about that booty and that booty, you see? In fact, you can actually kill assassins for the Templars in one mission, which is kind of straight bussin' on job for real. But I'll be honest with you here, I couldn't care less about the story in these games. Assassin's Creed to me is synonymous with power fantasy and god complex. For all I care, as long as it has this style of combat, you could have George Washington storming Normandy with an M4 to repel the alien takeover of the Nile River, and I would still love it. Which is why I happen to believe that Mad Max or Mafia 3 are closer
closer to being Assassin's Creed games than Origins, Odyssey, or Valhalla. And if it wasn't already abundantly apparent, I despise the new games with every fiber of my being. Not only because they're open world
They're fucking
RPGs
bad.
that take 3 millenniums of boring ass gameplay to beat, but also because these are the 3 most money-making games in the franchise, and if I had to read one more Reddit post saying if it made that much money, it can't be bad, I was going to lord all over the goddamn place. And I was gonna do a whole rant here about why money alone isn't a good indicator of a product's quality, but I think I've actually got it down to about 4 words: Fast and the Furious. So throughout this interview, as I praise Black Flag, I will continue slandering the reboot titles, and I'm not gonna make that argument of the reboot titles being good games but not good Assassin's Creed games. No. I'm here to make the argument of shit games and even shittier Assassin's Creed games with as much bias and anecdotal evidence that I can get my grubby little hands on, because I'm here to entertain and yell uncontested opinions at unsuspecting citizens. Let's kick this off by talking about the prologue. Don't worry, unlike Ubisoft, I'll make this quick. If there is a hell, it would be playing the first hour of every Assassin's Creed game on loop. The prologue of every Assassin's Creed game has 3 things: an unskippable tutorial for every single basic mechanic in the game, escort, follow, and trailing missions, and a preview of a funny few glitches, just so you know the greatness that is to come. Listen, I love these games once they actually let you get into them, but whenever I think about starting up a new playthrough of any Assassin's Creed game, I almost always decide not to, just at the mere thought of suffering through the first hour. Black Flag's prologue is a little better as far as Assassin's Creed prologues go, especially in comparison to the goddamn 4-hour-long prologue of Assassin's Creed 3 or the MLG Pro canon sequence of Brotherhood, but it's still very important to bear in mind that it's still an Assassin's Creed prologue, therefore it belongs in the hell tier. Moving on, let's talk about what makes these games amazing. What makes these games Assassin's Creed? The combat. The combat is the whole reason I'm here. The only reason I exist. Without this combat, I perish. Black Flag's combat is best described as God complex-like. Chain 2 takedowns together, now 5, now 10, now the entire town square. But what I love about Black Flag's combat is not the fighting itself. I mean, let's be honest, the combat's about 2 buttons deep. You could hand a controller to a small toddler or a competent middle-aged dog and they could beat this game. No, what's great about Black Flag's gameplay is the takedowns. Takedowns are the brutal deconstruction of the enemy in a preset animation that makes my monkey brain very happy. And of all the Assassin's Creed games, I firmly believe that Black Flags ooze the most with personality and a certain spectacle that makes them better than any other in the franchise. I'll tell you what though, Brotherhood beats out Black Flag on counter grabs because, I mean, look at this Jedi shit, and in Unity, the enemies can just take down themselves. I love takedowns so much that they showed just 2 of them in the trailer for Watch Dogs Legion, and it got me to buy that shit on day 1. Takedowns are right next to leaning in terms of features that will get me to immediately buy a game on
combat
day 1
animations, are you an idiot?
Because when you add these to a game, it just makes it feel as if you're playing a perfectly choreographed fight scene from a movie. Better yet, this feels like a WWE match. I tell you, Alex, this is quite the showing today here by Edward. Let's get your thoughts on this.
Well, I'll tell you this, Jerry. This reminds me a lot of your mum's bedroom.
Wait, what? That's not the
When men enter, only one man leaves.
Hey, man, that's...
Whoa, look at that from the top turnbuckle.
Dude, there's no turn, but where are you seeing the turn?
He's pulling out the gun. He's pulling out the gun.
Now, I tell you, that is just unfortunate, folks. Not at all a part of the show, but these are the risks that we take for you folks at home. Now let's talk about firearms. Assassin's Creed has had guns in previous titles, so the dev team really had to up the ante on this one, break the mold, shatter the glass, smack the child, so to speak. So what did they do? They did revolutionize the game by adding 2 guns instead of 1. Overwhelming, I know. But then they topped themselves once more in an Einstein level of genius. And I know what you're thinking. It doesn't get better than 2 pistols. It can't. Well, I have news for you, hater. They added 4 pistols. These innovations are as mold-breaking and ground-shaking as giving you 2 swords, or 2 hidden blades, or too many trailing missions. Now, I will admit, combat is much more dumbed down in comparison to the Brotherhood combat. To list a few noticeable changes, enemies now wind up their punches like they're Popeye, meaning that parry windows are essentially infinite, so that you can walk away from your computer, come back, and still have time to parry. Blocking?